2023 has been the 190th year for BCC&I, India's oldest institution of its kind. The average age of the BCCite is, however, 35. Whenever we are weighing our maturity in years in tandem with our exuberance, sincerity, and single-mindedness towards the cause of the common good, the question of bringing in a right blend of experience, skills, and enthusiasm comes in. Consequently, for BCC&I, the questions that we have posed for ourselves are on how to continuously present a differentiated value proposition for the business ecosystem, governments, overseas trade partners, and the academia, while also evolving and adapting to the demands of the post-pandemic global order. Interestingly, in this context, 2023 was a watershed year. We commenced the year in September 2022 with the world just out of a 2-year-long economic hibernation. The focus for us then was how to create the most relevant forum for our business and stakeholders at a national scale. In the process, we have regularly gone beyond state boundaries across the country and even in the process reached out to South Asia and the Indo-Pacific at large. How did we do this? We knew that in order to be sustainable in our approach, we needed to embrace all the 3 verticals of agriculture, industry, and services with equal expansiveness. In the end, the manifestation of our activities were through more than 100 programs in over 6 metropolises of the country, apart from reaching out to thousands of farmers, small entrepreneurs, and students.
मिठाई
हमारे बंधन बैंक के 3 करोड़ कस्टमर्स होने की खुशी में।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में।
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा कस्टमर्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
मिठाई
मिठाई तो बनती है। हमारे बंधन बैंक के 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में।
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। इसी ट्रस्ट से 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं बंधन बैंक के।
यश लेटेस्ट वाली देना। मिठाई
6,000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स हो गए हमारे बंधन बैंक के।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में।
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। 6,000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
वो बचपन ही क्या जो दीवारों में बन जाए, वो बचपन ही क्या जो अपने निशान ना छोड़ जाए, जो मैला ना हो रंगों में, वो क्या बचपन है, जो झूमे ना उमंगों में, वो क्या बचपन है। बचपन जिंदगी में सिर्फ एक बार आता है, उसे खुल के जीने दो, दाग लगने दो। दीवारों पर लगा है ना बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट, इसके क्रॉस लिंकिंग पॉलीमर से नो दाग नो धब्बा, ओनली ब्यूटीफुल वॉल्स। बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट।
We are privileged to present the first ever Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. and beyond, with the principal objective of collaborating, cooperating, and bringing together business institutions across borders, working together for the common good as well as the shared and sustainable prosperity. Every relationship begins with a conversation. And that is exactly what we are going to do over today and tomorrow. More so today. We are grateful that so many chambers of commerce leadership and senior-most government and multilateral functionaries from 11 countries responded to us with so much love, enthusiasm, and energy. And you're all here today. So grateful thanks for and on behalf of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Today it is all about listening to one another, learning, imbibing, and hoping that before the evening strikes, we can bring about a consensus on the way forward, on working together for the shared benefits for our common business ecosystem in this part of the world. The nations represented today are, and I'm going by alphabetical order. From Australia, Mrs. Sanjeev Nandwani, Chapter Chairperson and Vice President, Indo-Australian Chamber of Commerce. We were also expecting Ms. Rowan Ainsworth, Consul General. Unfortunately, she is not well. From Bangladesh, we shall have in the afternoon Mr. Andalib Elias, Deputy High Commissioner. Right now we have with us Mr. Omar Hazaz, President, Chittagong Chamber of Commerce and Industry, with the senior delegation. Mr. T.I.M. Nurul Kabir, Executive Director, Foreign Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Bangladesh. From Bhutan, we have Mr. Tandi Wangchuk, President, Bhutan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. From Japan, we have Mr. Yuji Sanada, Deputy Director General, Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO. From Korea, Mr. Byun-guk Park, Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency, KOTRA. From Malaysia, we have Dato Ramesh Kodamal, Co-Chair, ASEAN India Business Council and Chairman, Goldex Group of Companies, along with Mr. Thakur Das Narayan Das. From Nepal, we shall have in the afternoon Mr. Ishar Raj Paudel, Consul General. And right now we have with us Ms. Srijana Rana, President, Nepal India Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Nikki. From Taiwan, Ms. Sing Zheng, Director, Taipei World Trade Center. From Thailand, Mr. Piyapan Atipatya, Deputy Consul General. And we shall have in the afternoon again Ms. Prim Jitcharungporn, President, Thailand India Business Council. From the United States, Ms. Melinda Pavek, Consul General. And Ms. Carrie Arun, Principal Commercial Officer, US Consulate General, Chennai. From Vietnam, Mr. Inonil Chengupto, Chairman, Indian Business Chamber in Vietnam. From the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, UNESCAP, Ms. Mikiko Tanaka, Head Sub-Regional Office for South and Southwest Asia. May I request you all to please put your hands together to welcome all our chamber friends and colleagues. We have created a draft charter document, and this is for the afternoon, which is going to take up about a couple of hours of our time. So we have created this draft charter document for all our overseas delegates to go through. We have already emailed them, that document in the last evening, and this we shall address in depth in the post-lunch session. This is just to give you a heads up for all our delegates from other chambers of commerce and multilateral agencies. We have copies of the same ready at our registration desk so that those who are speaking at the next session can pick up the same for reference. Our special thanks to our sponsors, without whose patronage we would not have been able to present the conclave at this colossal magnitude. Exide Industries, Linde India, Tata Steel, Adamas University, Bandhan Bank, Berger Paints, Indorama India, ITC, GIS Group, NTPC, Tax Connect, Selwell One, RT Network Solutions. Our knowledge partner for the two-day conclave is Intuary Consulting, and we shall soon release a position paper on the collaboration and regional cooperation towards common goals in the Indo-Pacific, authored by Intuary. We are privileged to have with us one of the best minds of our country, Sri Sanjeev Sanyal, member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, who will address us in the inaugural session a bit later. For now, we shall commence the inaugural program with an opening panel followed by expert addresses. May I request my colleagues to please escort the President of the Chamber, Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, along with the moderator, Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, former President, BCC&I and Senior Partner, Intuary Consulting, and the panelists for the opening session to the dais, please. Ms. Melinda Pavek, Consul General, U.S. Consulate General, Kolkata. Ms. Mikiko Tanaka, Head, Sub-Regional Office for South and Southwest Asia, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. And Mr. Sanjeev Nandwani, Chapter Lead of the Indo-Australian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, everyone. Before I would request Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, who's the moderator, to take forward the discussions, may I request Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty for the formal opening address. Sir.
Thank you, Shubhadeep. On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave 2023, which is being held along with the annual general meeting of the Chamber. We are indeed honored and privileged to have in our midst guests and leaders from business and government from 11 nations: Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Japan, Malaysia, Nepal, Republic of Korea, Taiwan, Thailand, Vietnam, and United States, apart from India. The time spent with you all and the learnings imbibed shall help us in constructing together a forum which is built on shared principles of cooperation and engagement. However, the question remains, why is Indo-Pacific region important in the first place to demand such a conclave? Each of the ASEAN and other Asia-Pacific countries considered has a distinct and important relationship with India individually. It has a total population of 2.43 billion people, which is 31.1% of the total world population today, with a combined GDP of 15.2 trillion, which is very sizable, although it is lower than the GDP of the United States, but nonetheless, it's a sizable GDP for us to address this region separately. We have been hearing a lot about Look East policy and how we should collaborate for greater prosperity and goodwill of the people living in these regions. However, the time has come to put pen to paper and thoughts to action. The mission will be to explore collaborative opportunities amongst various stakeholders, including chambers of commerce, government institutions and others, all centered around enhancing the Indo-Pacific region's economic landscape. The primary focus is to facilitate B2B partnerships, encourage joint ventures, foster technological collaborations, improve trade practices, and strengthen regional connectivity through effective collaboration between trade facilitating organizations and governments, while coming to solutions of issues faced by businesses looking for international interaction and/or expansion. This chamber firmly believes that this is an opportune time to organize this forum with emphasis on intra-regional trade integration, bringing together Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, embassies and consulates, chambers of commerce and subject matter experts with exposure to East, Southeast and the broader Indo-Pacific region. It is imperative to recognize the potential of trade and economic cooperation that exists in the collaboration among the group of countries. This conclave seeks to explore opportunities for expanding trade within the Indo-Pacific. There can be strategic focus on creating diverse task forces in areas like banking, green economy, climate change and tourism, fostering economic diversification and sustainable development while addressing the associated challenges. Furthermore, plans to facilitate essential trade-related processes such as certificate of origin issuance, visa clearance, transportation connectivity improvements, and enhanced networking among participating countries will be discussed. These initiatives collectively aim to promote inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economic development across the Indo-Pacific region, fostering cooperation, mutual benefit, and peace and security. I welcome all of you once again to this conclave, and I'm sure along with you, I shall also be looking forward to a day full of fruitful engagements and discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Mr. Dasgupta, to take the rest of the session forward.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My very humble greetings to the dignitaries on the stage. I welcome all of you to this 169th AGM of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, the oldest chamber in the country. I must thank BCCI on two counts. Firstly, for choosing such a relevant topic on the back of the AGM, on the day one of the AGM, for a topic which is being discussed amongst the bureaucrats, senators, politicians, thinkers, academicians, and also we would now like to take this discussion forward even to the corporates. And my second thanks to Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries is for selecting Inturi as their knowledge partner. We will be soon releasing the book or the paper which we have created, and Inturi being a strategy and research firm, one of the areas that we always wanted to research on and found that very intellectually intriguing to us was the geopolitical matters, the international trade expansion, and the international politics and economics. How were they connected? And these gave us a unique opportunity to work on that. While we launched the paper, I will also name my colleagues who actually helped and created this entire paper. Coming to this talk or this panel, my task is to introduce the theme. To introduce the theme, I must first try to define what we consider as Indo-Pacific, because many like me would possibly not be having the full length and breadth or full idea on the length and breadth of the Indo-Pacific. Now, Indo-Pacific has two connotations. One is geographically and one is geopolitically. If we really take the geographic definition, this is a vast biogeographic region which comprises of the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Western Central Pacific and the seas connecting the two. And within Indo-Pacific geographic definition, we have the Indian subcontinent having 4 countries, Southeast Asia having 11 countries, Oceania having 6 countries, Indian Ocean having 4 countries, and Middle East possibly 2 can still be considered as a part of the Indo-Pacific because they are slightly having a position or a part of theirs within the Indo-Pacific part. But the geopolitical inclusion may actually not include all. There may not be many countries who are really being considered in the geopolitical definition of the Indo-Pacific, and there could be many more which are also being considered as a part of the geopolitical definition of Indo-Pacific. It extends from the eastern coast of Africa across the expanse of the entire Indian Ocean to the western reaches of the Pacific Ocean, encompassing nations such as Japan and Australia. An interesting quote that I figured out from a very scholar, the geopolitical scholar, Mr. Amitavo Acharya, Dr. Amitavo Acharya, he mentioned that Asia was built by nations, Asia Pacific was built by economists, East Asia definition was made by culturalists, and Indo-Pacific by strategists. So this definition keeps on varying from what lens are we actually looking at this. If we go a little to the root, or historical root, or the genesis of the Indo-Pacific term, it was first used by the Germans when they actually thought that this entire oceanography and the geopolitics research is construing the concept of the Indo-Pacific. The marine richness, the highest species of the fishes. As a Bengali, many of us here, I mean, we would love to see where the highest fish concentration is. In the richness of the coral triangle, around 3,000 species of fish. And they thought it's more of a political, geopolitical, oceanographic definition. But that actually changed completely from 2013. And much credit goes to the America when their own John Kerry, he announced the Indo-Pacific Economic Corridor. And the emerging trans-regional corridor in India, in Asia, linking the IPEC to a large web of the economic integration. After that, in 2022, they also brought out their IPEF with under the 4 pillars, which also gave a little bit of locus standi to the Indo-Pacific combination. The 4 pillars were the trade, supply chain, clean energy, and fair economics. Then Japan came forward. A very interesting quote was given by the Japanese Prime Minister. That's a dynamic coupling of the seas of freedom and prosperity. That's how we defined Indo-Pacific. India started to get onto this from 2010, 2011 onwards with a symbiotic link to the Quad. But the first formal official document appeared in the Australian Defence White Paper, when they first formally recognized the Indo-Pacific. The US, of course, though not a part of the Indo-Pacific, took a very active interest because of economic reasons and security reasons. 3 million American jobs, 900 billion of FDI of US from this, and 2/3 of the global population being here. But having said that, Indo-Pacific always remained as a concept. There was no actual forum. There was no formal multilateral agreements between all the Indo-Pacific countries, and there was no common chamber. So it was always a concept that stayed as an Indo-Pacific concept. Within Indo-Pacific, we figured out there are multiple agreements of various bilateral or minilateral agreements or forum like the Quad, the East Asian Summit, the CPTPP, the TPP, the RCEP, the ASEAN Forum, ASEAN +1, ASEAN +2, ASEAN +3, ARF. Japan signed 6, I mean much more than that, because those are publicly available, but they may be having even more, 6 bilateral and 7 multilateral agreements with the various countries within Indo-Pacific at that time. Australia signed 6 + 8, 14, and the US signed around 7 to 8 defense agreements. Now the question that comes, and that is what we will be discussing, and that is where our panelists this morning as well as in the afternoon, we will be discussing that how an Indo-Pacific, such a broad multilateral multicultural agreement, will coexist when there are so many such forums and agreements which are already existing. Some of their clauses could be adjoining, some of their clauses could be complementary, some of them could be conflicting also. But with so many such minilateral agreements existing or a forum, how will Indo-Pacific still be having its own locus standi and its own recognition and identity? Now, what have been the broad pillars of these agreements? Or totally overall the interest of the various countries, that the broad pillars, I mean, more or less it has been similar: drive more resources within Indo-Pacific, strengthen, unify, empower ASEAN, deliver on the Quad, economic progress, the balancing act of the power, diverse economic agreements, conflict avoidance, national sovereignty and independence to be upheld, dispute resolution, compliance and governance, sustainability, resolving territorial disputes, digital and physical infrastructure improvement. Multiple such good things have always been discussed while we discuss about Indo-Pacific. And of course, there are certain countries who also have expressed, even though outside Indo-Pacific, about the Indo-Pacific's prosperity. Some are also having a special interest of selling more arms to the Indo-Pacific, whereas we are one side talking about the security and stability, but there are certain countries who are thriving on selling huge amount of arms also to the various Indo-Pacific countries. Now, how such interests or how such commercial interests and interests for doing something good for Indo-Pacific through these various pillars of agreement could actually be handled. And therefore, we may also need to see whether Indo-Pacific is actually the central theme should be security, anti-terrorism, stability, or economics. The trade, the sole theme that we will be all focusing on is on the economics of the various trades. Now, there are multiple such diverse pillars of agreement or diverse pillars of expectation that's there. As far as the natural resources of the Indo-Pacific goes, it's very interesting. Fisheries, of course, very important here. The metals and mines, a little bit of petroleum and gas, of course, if some of the Middle East are included in that. Forest, timber, minerals in the deep sea beds. I mean, very interesting minerals in the deep sea beds. Now, one of the thought that we had was that while the European and the American world is advancing more in science and technology, Indo-Pacific that way could be more towards the natural organic growth of the various kinds of agriculture, fisheries, material substitution, newer minerals being coming out. So whether the world can be taught about technology and science in one part, and can Indo-Pacific be a center of excellence in that area. My last point to introduce the theme, because that will also be discussed today. What are the risks and challenges? These are all good things indeed. I mean, that we will love to have that. Risk and challenges definitely are diversity. Even the definition of the democracy varies within these in these Indo-Pacific countries. The imbalance of the talent. Some of the countries within the Indo-Pacific are having huge number of talents. Some countries having a very less number of talents. Diversity in the judiciary system and in the law amongst the Indo-Pacific countries. It's not easy to have one common agreement because the diversity is so much. The high dependence on few countries in the Indo-Pacific. Wasted, localized, survival-centered dependence on some of the countries outside the Indo-Pacific who may be still pulling the shots. Diversity in the political situations, diversity in the multiculturalism, less technological progress, modern neoliberal principles not advanced as much as it is advanced in the US, Japan, or many other countries. So these are many of the risks and challenges which we will be seeing while we do want to constitute an overall multilateral, multi-party Indo-Pacific agreements. But ultimately, this is something which is very novel, which is very noble, and this is extremely required and intended, and we really must appreciate America, who is not belonging to the Indo-Pacific, but taking so much of active interest in really having the geographically not belonging to Indo-Pacific, but taking so much of active interest to see the Indo-Pacific prosperity comes in. Australia and Japan are, of course, the two main leaders, also with their thoughts, with their investments in the infrastructure, and in their thoughts, they are really making a huge advancement to the Indo-Pacific growth. But now the question comes that how would we really go through this entire mesh of various kinds of interests and pillars and the challenges which we have, and how do we also maintain all the other agreements, all the other unilateral forums or the unilateral agreements intact, yet have something coming as a mother thing as the Indo-Pacific. With this, I take a pause here, and I will request my panelists also to come and speak for 5 to 7 minutes on their views on this matter, and then later on we will have more questioning from my side as well as from the audience. Thank you again very much, and we will go in the order that we are sitting. Should we start with you from Japan? Yeah. Okay. Should we start with you? Okay, sure. So I'm requesting Ms. Tanaka to start the first talk.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm Japanese, but I'm actually representing the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific, ESCAP. So I'm supposed to be impartial and neutral. Let's put it that way. It's a great honor for me to address this august group of business leaders from the Indo-Pacific region, and in this historical heritage institution. I've been reading quite a bit about the history of South Asia and India, and it's really fascinating to be in this place. So, as I said, I'm representing the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific. Our headquarters is in Bangkok. So I'd just like to contribute a few words on this theme. It might be longer than 5 to 7 minutes. I was told 8 minutes. Sorry. Okay. So, at the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi, presided by India, the G20 leaders noted deep concerns for the state of the planet, people, peace, and prosperity, and recommitted to accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. A week later, the UN General Assembly met in New York to take stock of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at midpoint since the adoption in 2015. It depicted the grim reality of our world, quote, the persistent and long-term impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, continued poverty and widening inequalities, and the multiple interlinked crises that are pushing our world to the brink, particularly in developing countries and for the poorest and most vulnerable. Currently, only 15% of the SDG targets are on track. Progress on 48% is weak and insufficient. And progress has stalled or gone into reverse on 37% of the SDGs. Global challenges require global solutions, but globalization's benefits have not been equitably distributed. This has led to a global backlash, including anti-globalization trends. Retreat from multilateralism presents a major challenge to our world today. However, there is general consensus in the UN and other intergovernmental platforms, including the G20, that the benefits from globalization need to be more equally distributed. It's a question of how. At the Private Sector Forum that was convened by the UN Global Compact on the sides of the UN General Assembly meeting, government and business leaders committed to a range of investments and actions expected to drive progress across the SDGs by 2030, while also generating business growth opportunities. 5 areas of ambitious corporate action were identified to have the power to accelerate progress across all 17 SDGs, and where the private sector can collectively make the biggest, fastest impact by 2030. They are gender equality, climate action, living wage, finance and investment, and water resilience. UN Global Contact's Forward Faster website has more information and action guides that you can refer to. I would like to touch on 2 of these transformational drivers, climate action and gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing climate change and sustainability challenges requires innovative technological solutions, and the private sector plays a crucial role in driving innovation. However, obstacles such as resource limitations, shortage of skilled personnel, and regulatory complexities can hinder its potential. The Asia-Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, or APCTT, is an ESCAP regional institution based in New Delhi and provides a unique opportunity for the private sector to work together to address technological needs and drive climate innovation. APCTT facilitates partnerships between government bodies, industry, private sector, and academic institutions in technology cooperation and transfer. One such example was a capacity-building workshop that APCTT co-organized last year with the Government of India's Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. Scientists, innovators, and policymakers from 30-plus countries working in industry, academia, and government discussed ways to collaborate to address the challenges of the energy sector. This year, we will have a follow-up event where innovators, policymakers, and research institutions will discuss ways of developing, scaling up, and commercializing new technologies in different countries. APCTT works in areas related to climate action, like air pollution, renewable energy, climate resilient infrastructure, and fourth industrial revolution technologies. APCTT would like to collaborate with chambers of commerce and industry to explore government, business, academic partnerships to create impactful climate technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now move to gender equality. The past decades and century are historical in the unprecedented number of actions taken for gender equality and for the many important breakthroughs achieved. The past week's passage of the Women's Reservation Bill that will establish a one-third quota of parliamentary seats for Indian women is a hard-won milestone after 25 years of activism or more here in India. Women in Asia Pacific continue to face huge challenges that hinder their potential. Women earn less than men, lead most single-parent households, bear most of the burden of unpaid care and domestic work, are often subjected to domestic and gender-based violence, and hold more of the insecure jobs in the informal economy that have little or no health care, sick leave, or social security protections. The challenges for women cut across social, structural, and regulatory barriers that are interconnected and then embedded in traditional patriarchal norms and practices. Women's efforts in starting and growing businesses in the private sector are often undermined by a pronounced lack of access to essential resources like finance and ICT tools. Chambers of commerce and industry can facilitate women's integration in this private sector through promoting equal pay for equal value and representation at management and all levels, access to finance, including specialized financial products tailored to the needs and challenges faced by women entrepreneurs, facilitating network and market access. We should note that many entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, are found in SMMEs, both formal and informal. SMMEs are in the hundreds of millions in the Indo-Pacific region and depend on larger businesses to be part of value chains and networks. Demonstrating an inclusive business culture can go a long way in changing social norms to include and support women's full participation. Enabling more women-led businesses to become members of chambers may require adjustments in eligibility and time requirements. Identifying and sharing good practices of women's inclusion across chambers and business councils in the region may be an activity ESCAP can work together on with this network. Ladies and gentlemen, chambers of commerce and industry and business councils can play an important role in promoting SDGs in a local or national context, and there may be very good examples amongst you. Regional cooperation amongst chambers of commerce and industry through initiatives like this Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave and the network in formation opens up so many opportunities to scale up progress towards the SDGs. I started my intervention with a grim picture of the world. I do want to end with a more hopeful message that we can all do something to bring positive change wherever we are and however small we start. If businesses unite within and across borders, and if international organizations like ESCAP can find meaningful ways of collaborating with businesses, I am hopeful that we can achieve more together. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Tanaka. And can I request Ms. Pavel?
Friends on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be here with all of you today at the Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. I thank the Bengal Chamber for inviting me and for being a valued partner in strengthening economic relations in the Indo-Pacific region with this excellent and fulsome gathering. In a recent speech on the power and purpose of American diplomacy, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that forging international cooperation has gotten more complex. And I will say Mr. Dasgupta's description of the Indo-Pacific and all of the history and the various organizations definitely demonstrated the complexity. But it's not only complex because of the rising geopolitical tensions. It is also complex because of the mammoth scale of global problems like the climate crisis, food insecurity, and mass migration and displacement. And of course, as Ms. Tanaka mentioned, the lack of progress that we're making on the SDGs. Our vision for the future, a world that is open, free, prosperous, and secure, is not the US vision alone, but rather the enduring aspiration of people in every nation on every continent of this very special planet. The core of our strategy for achieving that vision is re-engaging, revitalizing, and reimagining our greatest strategic asset, the alliances and partnerships that the United States has. Since the release of the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy in February of 2022, the United States, in coordination with our allies and partners, has taken historic strides to advance our common vision for an Indo-Pacific region that is free and open, inclusive and interconnected, prosperous, resilient, and secure. And while I agreed with many of the points that Mr. Dasgupta made, I would disagree. The United States is very much an Indo-Pacific nation. And we have been an Indo-Pacific nation since our founding. So we can perhaps talk about that in our conversation. The United States continues to demonstrate leadership and commitment in the Indo-Pacific region. We are reinforcing its capacity and resilience to address the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. We are showing that we can build a better future together. In May 2022, we deepened our economic engagement in the region and provided an affirmative model for economic cooperation through the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, IPEF, which was mentioned earlier and also was mentioned in the concept note for this conclave several times. IPEF has sparked discussions on innovative ways to enhance longer-term economic cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region, the world's most populated and fastest growing. Indo-Pacific countries are crucial economic partners with the United States. The combined markets of the 14 Indo-Pacific Economic Framework countries represent nearly 40% of the world's gross domestic product, representing significant opportunities for collaboration and economic growth between governments, between business organizations, and between businesses and people. IPEF focuses on forging innovative partnerships across the distinct pillars that were already mentioned, but just to reiterate, 4 pillars: Pillar 1, trade; Pillar 2, supply chains; Pillar 3, a clean economy; and Pillar 4, a fair economy. So I'd like to highlight some recent achievements under IPEF. At the IPEF ministerial meeting held in Detroit, Michigan in May, IPEF partners announced the conclusion of negotiations on a landmark IPEF supply chain agreement under Pillar 2. The proposed supply chain agreement is designed to enable IPEF members to collaborate to make supply chains more resilient, efficient, transparent, diversified, secure, and inclusive. This will be done through information exchange, the sharing of best practices, business matchmaking, a collective response to disruptions in the supply chain, and support for labor rights. The agreement will establish 3 new IPEF supply chain bodies to facilitate cooperation on supply chain issues. The first, the IPEF Supply Chain Council, will be a mechanism for IPEF partners to develop sector-specific action plans for critical sectors and key goods to enhance the resilience of IPEF partner supply chains. The second, the IPEF Supply Chain Crisis Response Network, will be an emergency communications channel for IPEF partners to seek support during supply chain disruptions. The network will facilitate information sharing and collaboration during a crisis enabling a faster and more effective response that minimizes negative economic effects. The third, the IPEF Labor Rights Advisory Board, will support IPEF partners to partner efforts to promote labor rights in their supply chains, as well as sustainable trade and environment. The board will consist of government, worker, and employer representatives. IPEF partners are committed to operationalizing this landmark agreement. This includes starting preparatory work to bolster resilient supply chains, while also recognizing the different economic and geographic characteristics of each of the partners. At the same ministerial, under the clean energy pillar, the IPEF partners explored ways to pursue their respective climate goals. Together, they agreed to advance cooperation on research, development, commercialization, availability, accessibility, and deployment of clean energy and climate-friendly technologies. Delivering concrete outcomes is important. IPEF partners are identifying areas for cooperation to realize their unique pathways toward economies that have net zero emissions. In the fair economy pillar, IPEF partners have made progress toward development of an agreement that will strengthen implementation of effective anti-corruption and fair tax measures to boost commerce, trade, and investment among IPEF countries. IPEF is also an upskilling initiative. As Tanaka-san said, there are a lot of challenges in skilling. IPEF aims to provide digital skills primarily for women and girls in developing countries in the Indo-Pacific. 14 US companies will each provide 500,000 or more women and girls with upskilling opportunities in IPEF emerging and middle economies by 2032. This initiative, which is being promoted by the US Department of Commerce in conjunction and partnership with the Asia Foundation, will have an incredible impact. I mean, just think about that. Over the next decade, 7 million women and girls will learn how to use digital tools, which could change their lives professionally and personally. So I'm going to leave IPEF for now and move on to another critical partnership in the region, which was also discussed a little bit earlier, the Quad. As Indo-Pacific countries, Quad partners Australia, India, Japan, and the United States are deeply invested in the region's success. Harnessing our collective strengths and resources, we are supporting the region's development, stability, and prosperity through the Quad's positive practical agenda. So let me share a couple of insights from the last Quad Leaders Summit in May. The Quad is deeply committed to fostering investment that will aid economic development in the region now and in the future. A network of investors and executives across Quad countries called the Quad Investors Network, or QUIN, was officially launched during the summit. The QUIN will facilitate access to capital and the formation of technology partnerships through the establishment of an advisory board of business leaders and expert working groups. The Quad's science agencies are also hard at work identifying joint funding opportunities to encourage collaborative research between Quad partners that leverages the latest science and technology advances to benefit farmers. This initiative is called the Advancing Innovation to Empower Next Gen Agriculture, or AI Engage. By collaborating in issues such as AI, robotics, communications, and sensing, and then disseminating the research findings, AI Engage can transform agricultural approaches to empower farmers throughout the Indo-Pacific region and fight food insecurity stemming from climate change and other issues. Speaking of climate and energy, clean energy, the Quad partners are working together to identify and address gaps in our manufacturing capacity for critical clean energy materials and technologies. In particular, the program is focused on the supply chains for solar photovoltaics, hydrogen electrolyzers, and electric vehicle battery technologies. In health, the Quad partners are pooling efforts to expand and integrate surveillance for key technologies or for key pathogens and increase workforce training for pandemic preparedness and response. Partners are also collaborating to expand virtual training and telemedicine capacity and to strengthen vaccine data systems and diagnosis and treatment capacity at core hospitals. So from the Quad, now let me turn briefly to our US-India bilateral relationship. The US-India partnership has charted a steeply rising trajectory over the past few decades. And of course, just this year, there were two significant leaders' meetings between Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. Our two leaders affirmed a vision of the United States and India as among the closest partners in the world, a partnership of democracies looking into the 21st century with hope, ambition, and confidence. US Ambassador Eric Garcetti, here in Delhi, is committed to expanding how the United States and India can translate our values and dreams into a more peaceful, secure, and prosperous future for all peoples. His vision is based on one fundamental fact: the United States and India are better off together, and we produce better results together. When we work together for peace, for prosperity, for the planet, and for our people. And those people are the people of India, the people of the United States, the people of the Indo-Pacific region, and the people of the whole world. So I'm going to stop there so we can have some time for a good discussion. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here today.
Brilliant. Of course, in mind, in spirit, in economy, in your leadership, America is very much a part of the Indo-Pacific. Geographically a part of the Indo-Pacific, we have to shift transversely on the longitude side. They do not know how that can happen. But you are very much an integral part of the Indo-Pacific. In fact, you have to start.
So I would say the state of Hawaii, being in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, is where I would. But at the same time, it's we have a lot of connections within the Pacific Ocean. That would be my.
Mr. President, Mr. Moderator, distinguished members from US and SCAP, Mr. Sanyal, distinguished guests. I step in for Rowan Answorth, the Consul General, who is unable to make it today. I actually, with the alphabet S, always had the opportunity or the privilege to prepare for my presentations in a classroom while the students from A to R would present theirs. And I was actually, wanting formally to ready myself for my presentation, which is in the afternoon session, but things are the way they are. And Rowan was looking forward to the event, and a couple of days back when I was discussing with her on what we should be preparing for the event, she's actually looking forward to it. So I would say only things that she would want to say, and I would steer clear of anything other than trade, because that's the only thing I individually understand. We have virtually the entire Quad on the dais. Of course, some of us are wearing different hats today, but we are also members of the Indo-Australia and Japan. We are partners in the Trilateral Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. And the two fun facts, which is interesting, Australia's Indian diaspora is almost 700,000, and which makes a huge contribution to Australia's society and economy. Indians in Australia are the second highest tax-paying diaspora after the British. Amongst the various trade agreements that India has been negotiating or signed, two of them stand out because they were in 2022. The others are on the way. One was with UAE, which has got a period of time. They have got phases in which they will come into effect. But the Australia one, which is very, very interesting because we signed it in April. It came into effect as the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement called ECTA on 29 December 2022. And we are now moving further towards a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement, which is the CECA, which is under discussions at the moment. It's interesting to know that Australia's exports to India is highly concentrated in coal. 70% of Australia's exports to India is coal. And the trade deficit is largely because of this single item. But also in India's imports from Australia are primarily in the sector of raw materials and intermediate goods, whereas from us, we send mostly finished products, which are in different segments, which I will be talking about today. But this economic partnership agreement that we have is in goods, it's in trade and services, in rules of origin, in technical barriers to trade, in customs facilitation, trade remedies, legal and institutional areas. Australia has offered us 100% duty access on tariff lines, 98% immediately and 2% in the near future. 100% is huge, and 98% immediate is huge, which is not seen in other trade agreements. Exports in the following labor-intensive sectors are the ones that we, as Indians who are exporting to Australia, should look out for. One is textiles, and which primarily includes apparel and made-ups, agricultural and fish products, leather, footwear, furniture and sports goods, jewelry, machinery, electrical goods, railway wagons, pharmaceutical products and devices. And then we also have the advantage that we can get cheaper raw materials from them. See, the difference of about 4 or 5% on Australian tariff, which was there earlier, is going to make all the difference to our exports. And that's why we see a 6% growth since January. And that percentage will definitely increase over a period of time once the teething issues are over, after the new trade agreement has come into force. So while India is offering 90% access on the value of products, it is on 70% of tariff lines, and we are doing it phase-wise. But we've made a rather good offer, and it's a very well-negotiated document. We've given market access to something which is very close to Australian hearts, which is Australian wines. And so we're going to give some of the countries a run for the money. We've got zero duty access on coal, alumina, manganese ore, and various other hides and skins and wool, which is another interesting area that we have. I would dwell on these topics in my afternoon session, so I'll rush through it. The commitments made by Australia in the services sector is the best that it has made till now and matches its free trade agreement with UK. It's the best that they have ever done. And we have also reciprocated by, and they've also given us very nice other quotas of Indian chefs. And no talk on Indo-Australia relationship can be held without talking about Master Chef Australia, which is so popular. And they've also given us an annual quota of yoga teachers, 1,800. And we've also got post-study work for 4 years for Indian students, which will benefit more than 100,000 Indian students. Work and holiday visas have increased, and we are now moving to mutual recognition agreements in professional services and in degrees. The potential sectors in which we can actually explore both the sides together is technology and IT, where they would be looking from us. In healthcare, where India could be developed as a medical tourism hub, increasing expert consultations from Indian doctors through telemedicine, collaborating across medical coding and data analytics, and medical device partnerships. We're also talking about other things in education, which involves dual degree programs, etc., etc. And the sectors that we will look out, and I would give more details in the afternoon, is gems and jewelry, textiles, footwear. I would like to talk to you about the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, which is the next step. That's under tremendous discussion. And this is the time that we would urge the industry here in Calcutta and elsewhere to come out with the problems that they're facing with this agreement. We understand that there have been certain issues with regard to certificates of origin, with regard to certain clearances at the customs. We would like to correct them. We would like to incorporate them. And if there are new issues that you need to come out in the CECA, please come forward with that, because that's very important. I don't have any privilege. I don't have any longer any privilege to any confidential information, but the segments on which discussions are going on at the moment are in defense collaboration, especially space areas collaboration, sports tourism, critical minerals, government processes, and of course, MRA, mutual recognition agreement. Our exports to Australia is about $6 billion. Last year it was about $8 billion the previous year, and the imports is about $16 billion. We have a huge trade deficit, like I said, because of coal, but we expect that this year in 23-24, or in the calendar year ever since the ACTA came into force, this is going to increase quite a bit. I would end by saying that, you see, it's universally said that when a bureaucrat makes a mistake, repeats it the next year, continues repeating year after year after year, it becomes government policy or a trade agreement. Having worked in the government for so long, I can assure you that's not true for most of the governments, and definitely not true for India, and definitely not true for this trade agreement. It's a very well drafted agreement. Would request you to kindly look at it very, very carefully. I would also say that it's ironic, having studied in the US, the entire family studied there, the next generation studied and works there. I would urge you to look at Australia as the new education destination, the new work destination. I honestly think that's something that you really need to do. We are working very hard on the universities, and I would definitely like you to look at that. It's not really far. We are both definitely in the Indo-Pacific. It's not really far. It's just on the other side of the equator, maybe a couple of ponds away. That's about it. I would thank BCCI and especially Shubhadeep and his entire team for working this out. And of course, MEA, distinguished members from the MEA are here. This is very, very topical, very important, and I think it's important for all the partners in this. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, may I just ask someone from BCCI, how much time do we have for the Q&A session? 5? Okay. Okay, what I will do, I will kickstart the questioning session by asking each of my panelists in a reverse order now, and then I will let it go to our very honored attendees for their question. My question with Mr. Nadbani was really brilliant. You very well articulated the understanding and the agreements and the trades which India and Australia are right now having, and how much both sides have been very cooperative. My question to you is that while Australia is doing so many of these bilateral agreements, and they are definitely doing it good for India as well as their own country, in such a multi-party agreements, in a multi-country, in a multilateral agreements, like if we really come across like an Indo-Pacific kind of thing coming up, when it is not so much of bilateral, what would be your expectations in that? And I already found that there is a little bit of bilateral competition here, only that we were trying to take education to Australia from US. So therefore, in such a situation, how will the multi-countries cooperate? I mean, what would be your expectations from that?
As always, I'm Fox. I really don't have any answers to that. I would look at it in terms of the expertise that Australia has, in terms of mining, in terms of some of the services sector that they have, and some of the collaboration that services sector in the others have. But I would definitely look at the rich mines that they have, the rich minerals that they have, and these are the areas that they would like to have it. And I would also like to look at it this way, that distance has never been a factor. And I would also like to say that trade, travel, tourism, fashion, and mastership go hand in hand. So these are the things that I would look at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nadbani. May I now go to Spavek? I went through the Indo-Pacific strategy document, which your very honorable president launched, the IPS one in 2022, I think, that spoke of many dimensions. Security was a big thing. He also mentioned there that he would like to bring the temperature, as it was discussed in the COP, by that 1.5 degree, and he will definitely strive towards Indo-Pacific also contributing in it. Now, as we know, the Indo-Pacific is an assortment or an agglomeration of the countries which goes through a lot of environmental issues, much more than the Western world. Also, they go through a lot of these climatic issues. But definitely because of the organic attitude that we have, because of agriculture, because of the fisheries, Indo-Pacific can definitely take a good stand towards the environmental thing. But it requires a huge amount of investment to come in. And Indo-Pacific possibly does not have very rich countries to really make such an investment into the making it a pollution-free world, protect against the climate and all that. So as a partner or as very much an integral part of the Indo-Pacific, we have not really seen your Fed or many of the bankers, because the money lenders are very much on the American side, the big bankers or the private equity players. What is the kind of investment scenario that they would like to make towards the movement in a sustainable and an environment good world?
I think you make an excellent point that if we're going to both mitigate and adapt to the changing global climate, which actually is impacting a lot of the world. Now, there are some parts of the Western world that perhaps have stronger infrastructure because of the way it was developed, but at the same time, the amount of infrastructure that is being impacted globally by changing climate is dramatic around the globe. So I would say that to a certain degree, when we think about investments and you look at the way investment banks in the United States or pension funds or other groups are trying to make a difference, you have many more pension funds globally, including sovereign wealth funds, that are looking at ESG principles in order to make their investments count. And of course, that is environment, social, and governance principles. And so as you have an increasing number of investment funds and bankers and other organizations, international banks as well, that are looking at how can they put their money to making an improvement in infrastructure, they're seeing it not only as a social cause, but also as a business opportunity. And again, because the more stranded assets there are in the world, the more challenges we're going to have, the more individual businesses are going to be hurt, the more insurance is going to be needed, and so on and so on. And so I think that's an area where, but at the same time, those same investment funds are interested in operating environments where they don't face corruption, where they don't face labor issues, where they know that the contracting that's being done for the infrastructure is being done to meet international standards. And so that's where the governments have come in. At the trilateral level, US, Japan, Australia have an agreement related to trilateral investment in infrastructure. And there are other initiatives in which we have created, which give countries that are looking at infrastructure investments an opportunity to have a set of experts look at their contracts, identify ways that they can meet new standards in order to make sure that they are not only mitigating, but also adapting to the changing climate. So there's a lot of different programs that the US government is supporting along with the Quad, as well as international banking and infrastructure. So I think there is an opportunity, but of course the money does not move quickly enough. And so I think that's one of the struggles that we're seeing globally. And that's why when the US goes to the COP each year, we do bring additional funds, we do bring additional resources, not only to the COP itself, but also to all of our bilateral and multilateral agreements, so that when there are opportunities that are seeking funding, they're able to compete for those funds.
Thank you very much. Very, very well articulated. Maybe we can think of like the BRICS Bank, a bank in the Indo-Pacific with a clear objective, analogous to the BRICS Bank being created with the help of America. Moving to you, Naka. Of course, as a representative of the United Nations, and you also touched upon the point of the global value chain. You also mentioned about the supply chain and the global value chain. Now, as also World Bank published a report in 2017, that how the GVC, the global value chains, is becoming very important. So it's not no more, they mentioned that GDP should not be the measure of a country, the GVA, the global value add, should be the measure of a country, because the GDP may be strong, but they may be producing an extremely important key component of a major product that's controlling the GDP of the world. So do you think Indo-Pacific countries, rather than trying to really become a huge manufacturing hub of its own, can really play a very strong central role in creating a GVC hub of many products that may be originating in the Western world, the Americas or the Europe, but they are actually following the GVC and creation of the global value chain? And my another question to you linked to this is that the United Nations, this is global bodies like the World Trade Organization, the World Bank, these kinds of global bodies, how are they looking at the concept of an Indo-Pacific economic treaty being created?
Working? Is it working? Thank you very much. The second question. Hello? Yeah, the second question's a little bit difficult because I'm not WTO, I guess, right? But I think generally, cooperation, global value chains, I mean, these are concepts that are promoted actively in the UN, whatever organization it is. So from that principle, I think any opportunity to really enhance that, and also I think the element in the SDG, which is really, important, and I really would like, this network to, take into consideration. I think Melinda has also mentioned this, is the inclusivity, the leave no one behind part, right? So in these value chains, to really include, the MSMEs, they themselves cannot just go into a value chain. They really need, the larger companies and also networks within a country, within a local economy, but then beyond, to actually connect in a meaningful way, feasible way. So if that could really happen, I think it's really, really exciting. The global value chains, I think all of us were really, awakened of how much we're connected during that COVID-19 crisis, right? Where basically everything stopped. I mean, and we realized that, I didn't realize that, I was reliant on a supply chain that goes half the way all around the world. So I think that's an eye-opener in terms of the value of it. And I think the importance of value in that chain. Not all chains are necessarily value addition. Sometimes it is, discriminatory, it is unequal, and therefore that kind of, corporate responsibility or the principles of ESG or whatever that may be, the principles that are being, really over and over again, repeated by the UN agreements, even in all these, the G20 and intergovernmental agreements, those principles come again, over and over again. I think the challenge is really implementing it. So, any opportunities, I don't think there's any one size fits all, this is how you do it, blueprint, but any opportunity that, this network brings, and just mindful of that checklist of, okay, is this adding value? Is this including? Is this, promoting women to participate? I love that initiative you were saying of the 7 million women having an opportunity that, maybe be able to participate in this network very actively. I think it's really, really exciting. I hope that would be something that, you would be able to do. And I hope ESCAP may be able to, through our Asia Pacific forums, able to connect with you and facilitate as well.
Very well answered. Maybe go now to the audience and take questions from there. Any hands to raise? Yeah, I can see there on the last but one row. Do you have a microphone in the hall? May you also direct your question to someone?
Thank you. Good morning, Vipul Chattopadhyay from Kutch. Question is to CG Babik. More of an observation. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. See, none of you, for whatever reason, spoken about the importance of democracy. Indo-Pacific is about all democratic countries. Well, in democracy it takes time to things move, but they are more resilient in time. So suddenly we don't want a reputation of Ukraine in Taiwan. So what is your observation or what is your thoughts on that? And the security aspect is everything.
So just to make sure I understand, the observation is about the fact that we didn't speak about democracy, but I believe that we actually all spoke on the basis of democracy. All of our remarks were built on the foundation of democratic nations, free and open areas, a rule of law, international organizations, international rules. And so I think that's one of the most important aspects of it. You know, sometimes you don't use the word maybe, although I think I did when I referenced the fact that the US and India are, you know, strong democracies facing a 21st century that is more complex. But when for example, bad example maybe, but a fish doesn't talk about the water because the water is all around them. We all live in democracies. Maybe the word democracy might have a different definition in some ways, but I think that's why all of these organizations, whether it's bilateral, multilateral, trade groups, it's the conversations that happen in those places that make us recognize what does our democracy mean and how does that definition possibly differ from someone else's? And by understanding that, we are, as you said, democracies might be a little slower to move ahead. Once we understand that and we build the trust around that, then we can move, we can move faster together. Whereas if we try to sort of assume that our democracy is the same as another place's democracy, you move forward together and then you run into roadblocks or barriers that you don't understand where they're coming from. So I think that's one of the things that we are doing is as we talk about the Indo-Pacific region and we put all of these organizations together, we identify those areas of common language but different definition that then we can work on together so that as we move forward, we've understood and we have a common agreement that will get us to someplace faster. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have overshot our time too much, and therefore we have to close the session here now. But the panelists will be around, so therefore if you have more questions, you definitely will get a chance to interact with them. I would end the session by giving my thanks to Mr. Naka, you, Shubir Babu, for having us here, Ms. Pavik, for your brilliant talk, and also Mr. Nandwani, and we're really grateful to you because you were not in the session, but you really came in. Thanks very much for agreeing. Thank you very much.
I would just request the speakers on the dais to be patient for just 2 more minutes. We would request the President of the Chamber to please present commemorative plaques and mementos to the speakers on the dais. Thank you. Please remain on the dais. We just have one more, small, ceremony to perform. We shall now release the position paper written by our knowledge partners in Integrated Consulting. And this is exactly on what we have discussed and what we are going to discuss in the second half, and of course tomorrow. So may I request Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Member Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, and Madam Ms. Neelam Rani to please come to the dais and join the other speakers. as well as Professor Ajit Abu Rai Chaudhuri, the chairperson of the Economic Affairs Committee of the Chamber. Can I request my colleagues to please hand over the position paper to all these dignitaries on the dais? You can open the ribbon now. Thank you very much.
I will just take this opportunity to, Shubhadeep, just a minute, to thank the authors from Inturi, the name-wise Survi, Kannita, Siddhima, Unita, and Ishwasri. If you can just stand up because you really deserve a big hand.
Thank you very much. So with that, we have come to an end of the first half of the opening session. We shall immediately do a changeover and we shall commence the second half right away. Yes. Right. বলে দেন দেখে নিচ্ছি হবে না
Hello.
Get the people back in. We are starting the session right away, and may I request all in the room to please take their seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are actually in the middle of the inaugural session. If you could kindly get seated. I request my colleagues outside the hall to usher people in because it's not a break, it's just a changeover happening.
So as we are settling down and commencing the second half, I would just introduce to you the speakers we have for this session, and this is not a panel session. The moderator from the Bengal Chamber will be Professor Ajit Abu Rai Chaudhuri, who's former head of the department, Jadavpur University, and currently Professor Emeritus, and Head of Department of Economics, Adams University, as well as Chairperson, Economic Affairs Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We also have with us Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Member, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India. We have with us Srimati Neelam Rani, IFS Director, Branch Secretariat, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India. And we have online Dr. Devyani Uttam Khobragade, Ambassador of India in Cambodia. I would request Professor Ajitaba Raychaudhuri to briefly commence this half, and then we shall have the first address by the Indian Ambassador to Cambodia, Dr. Khobragade.
Welcome all. It's really a privilege to have, the chance to moderate this session, which will be given by very eminent personalities, and like Sri Sanjeev Sanyal, who is Economic Advisor to the Prime Minister, and then Srimati Neelam Rani, who is IFS Director, Branch Secretariat, Kolkata Ministry. And then we have closing remarks from Mr. Gautam Rai, who is the incoming president of this Bengal Chamber. And there is a virtual speech from Devyani Uttam Khobragade, who is Ambassador, Embassy of India in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Now, basically the theme of the session, as you can see, collaboration and regional cooperation towards common goals in the Indo-Pacific. And I limit myself, and I think all our speakers will limit themselves to common economic goals. I mean, there are geopolitical goals, there are other security questions, and if we delve into that, that will be a multi-dimensional analysis, and that will take us, I don't know where. Endless discussions on this. So I presume that we will have our focus on economic cooperation. Just one or two things. In fact, when I am a professor throughout, and when we used to teach the regional economic cooperation, unfortunately, textbooks do not change much. That's the whole problem. We teach our students, doesn't matter whether it's here or I also go to USA, and I have a privilege of taking classes there also. Textbooks remains the same. The whole thing, we still teach something like regional economic cooperation has something called trade creation and trade diversion. You create trade among trade partners and takes away trade from those who are outside this regional cooperation. That thing is the textbook matter, no more now. And the real reason for that is progress of technology. As such, we have complete fragmentation of production process. It's not that A to Z is produced under one factory roof. Everything is now, you can say, outsourced or fragmented. You are producing computer and parts are coming from all over the world. You are producing automobiles. Its parts are coming from so many different parts of the world. And Southeast Asia, ASEAN countries, and if you take ASEAN plus 3, is at the forefront of all this value chain, supply chain, and that really shows a number of things which came up in the discussion. I'm quite sure it will be touched upon. It's obviously trade creation, but at the same time, it promoted equality in the whole economy, because the so-called medium and small-scale industries, the large industries have to depend on the small and medium industries if the value chain is to be successful. Go country after country, look at the economic structure, look at the industrial structure. It's hand-holding of the large and the small. Never happened in the history 30 years back. It's happening now. So this is something very important, and India is getting part of this whole scenario, not maybe a little late, but still we are in.
And we are a very important partner, as in the first session you have heard that we have IPF, we have Quad, we have, something like CECA. Before I leave it to our very distinguished speakers from whom we will learn a lot, there is something called a noodle bowl syndrome. In the sense that you have multilateral regional cooperation agreements, at the same time, you have so many bilateral agreements. And so if you plot it in a diagram, 14 countries, and outside that there are countries, and you put dots, there are so many dots connecting 2 countries, and then there are so many dots connecting 3 countries, so many dots connecting 4 countries, and then the whole region. Where do we stand here? Sometimes they do not really go hand in hand. Problems. And some of these problems have to be identified so that we do not really cross our boundaries and we hit out at each other and then acrimonious debates, and then you know what happens. So I'm quite sure these things will be touched upon. These things will be solved because there's a lot of things which have been going around. Anti-globalization, a term which I'm quite sure people have heard about it. When I visited USA in last September, so much debate in the academic circle. Are we going back? Is it anti-globalization? I don't believe so. I'm quite sure these things will come up in other forms. Maybe the word will not be there, but these things will be debated and talked about all through our 2 days. So let me end here. I also am quite interested to hear about what our distinguished speakers say. And as I understand, the first one will be a virtual address. Is that so? It's from Dr. Devyani Uttam Khobergade from Cambodia itself. She's on. Okay. So let's go over to that. Let's hear the first virtual address and then we'll come to the next ones. Okay.
Can you hear us, ma'am?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes. We are all ready for address.
Okay, thank you. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me congratulate our branch secretariat head, Ms. Neelam Rani, for taking this initiative and organizing this important event. It is indeed a pleasure for me to join all of you virtually today in the Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. The Indo-Pacific is arguably one of the most strategically important regions in the world today. The importance can be underscored by the fact that the region is at the center of global trade and commerce, accounting for 65% of the world's population, 63% of the world's GDP, 46% of world's merchandise trade, and 50% of world's maritime trade. India was amongst the first to articulate its vision for the Indo-Pacific. India's vision, as laid out by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, calls for a free, open, and inclusive order in the Indo-Pacific based on respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue and adherence to international rules and laws. India's concept of the Indo-Pacific is inclusive in nature and supports an approach that respects the right to freedom of navigation and overflight clearances for all in the international seas. India's approach is based on cooperation and collaboration, given the need for shared responses to shared challenges in the region. The vision of Indo-Pacific of India is premised on the principle of ASEAN centrality. And our engagement with the ASEAN has been one of the cornerstones of our foreign policy. Although the formal relationship with ASEAN is only 30 years old, it is our historical ties, which date back to several millennia, that provide for the very foundation of this relationship with an important region. India and ASEAN are located in each other's extended neighborhood and share a civilizational connect that goes back to first century BC. And in terms of heritage civilization and cultural linkages, this is the region that is probably closest to India as compared to any other. The Look East policy in 1992 gave a strategic push to India's engagement with the ASEAN countries and focused on economic integration. This was revamped in 2014 into the Act East India policy. As you're aware, India joined ASEAN formally in 1992 as a sectoral partner and became a full-fledged member in 1994, and the interaction was upgraded to summit level in 2002. I was fortunate enough to be part of the historical celebrations in Cambodia of the 30th anniversary of India-ASEAN dialogue relations in November 2022, when the relationship was upgraded to a strategic comprehensive partnership. India is also an active member of the ASEAN Regional Forum and the East Asia Summit and the ASEAN India Defense Ministers meeting plus. Well, as an Indian ambassador to Cambodia, I would like to take this opportunity to elaborate the potential that Cambodia holds for India, and especially for the east of India, which is the closest region that and has cultural and historical similarities, and also many more people-to-people linkages as compared to the other parts of India. India and Cambodia share a civilizational and cultural connect. This is probably the closest of Indian bastion in the Indochina, and the most Indianized of all of the Indochina countries. India established its relations with Cambodia 1 year prior to its independence in 1953 as part of our anti-colonization movement, in which Cambodia was a partner of India. India was amongst the first countries to recognize Cambodia after the fall of the brutal genocidal Khmer Rouge regime, and was the first one to open its embassy in Cambodia in 1981. This has kept us in good stead with the political leadership of Cambodia, which recognizes indebtedly and with a lot of gratitude the support that India provided to the new government after the genocide regime fell. India offered legitimacy and extended a helping hand to Cambodia by building the capacity of Cambodian leadership. To that extent, we share extremely close political relationship, and the cultural affinities and the civilizational linkages make Cambodia a very, very friendly country for Indian businesses to operate in Cambodia. Today, our relationship with Cambodia has achieved a multifaceted character with regular interaction at political and official levels, exchange of bilateral visits, capacity building, cultural exchange, development partnership, assistance towards demining efforts, and restoration of cultural monuments, which includes the restoration of the world-famous Angkor Wat Temple, which is the largest temple complex, Hindu temple complex in the world. And Cambodia is truly indebted to India for that, because Angkor Wat is their national heritage and their national pride. And India was the first country to come after Khmer Rouge to restore the cultural monuments of the Angkor Wat. So today, Cambodia forms and is an important partner for India in our Indo-Pacific vision, as well as in Act East policy and our relationship with ASEAN. So while I've elaborated this background, I would like to inform you what are our priorities with Cambodia. We are looking at more of culture, commerce, and connectivity as our priority areas for our engagement with Cambodia. We have been making efforts to establish direct connectivity of airlines between our two countries, and hopefully by the end of the year, we should have a direct air connectivity between the two countries. We are also trying to see how to establish physical connectivity through infrastructure development with further extension of eastward expansion of the India-Myanmar-Thailand trilateral highway. We are trying to negotiate a bilateral investment treaty, which is in its last stages, and we're trying to start negotiations on a preferential basis with Cambodia. An institutional arrangement is already in place for exploring the integration of the United Payment Interface with Cambodia. So we are trying to see how to leverage our cultural and our civilizational linkages, as well as our deep political trust, to ensure that we build economic constituencies between our two countries. While Cambodia is a small country of 17 million, and the GDP is around 26 billion. However, there's immense potential for companies, Indian companies, to look at Cambodia as a very India-friendly, Indo-file business-friendly country, where one can invest and be sure that Indian companies will get a level playing field and also special treatments because of the immense political rapport that we have and the immense respect that India enjoys in this. We would, there's a new government now with in August, a new government was sworn in with a very young cabinet, with a young prime minister. And we look forward to engaging this new leadership to take forward our three key areas: connectivity, commerce, and people-to-people contact as our key priority areas. India has a lot to offer to Cambodia by sharing our expertise in digital public infrastructure, space technology, IT. They're also looking for Indian investment in contract farming. Other areas that are of interest include food processing industry, because they have immense amount of cashews and mango, turmeric that goes waste because of lack of processing. They would be very happy to provide incentives in terms of providing land and other clearances and subsidies if our industry were to look at these areas. The other area that one could look at is also agriculture, contract farming and agricultural machinery, which is usually now imported from Thailand, but I'm sure that our machinery could also be competitive price-wise. I'm happy and confident that I'm happy to see the ASEAN in the broader perspective of Indo-Pacific, and Cambodia could be one of the partners that our business community in the East would especially look at. And I would encourage all of you to come to Cambodia and see this, the Kingdom of Wonder with the largest Hindu temples in the world. What more can I say? You're all welcome here, and thank you again for giving me this opportunity to address all of you. And I'm confident that this Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave will spur further interest in Indian businesses to look at Indo-Pacific, to look at ASEAN, and to look at Cambodia. I wish all of you a lot of success. Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Kolkata. In fact, I can assure you that a lot of people from this part of India are traveling to Cambodia. The destination now, travel. So that's other things we are definitely interested. Well, let's go over to now Sri Sanjeev Senior in the Non-Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. We are all waiting for this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank first Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Ministry of External Affairs for organizing this event on a topic that I think will define the 21st century, which is the Indo-Pacific. As you have just heard, it is the Indo-Pacific is, of course, a geostrategic concept. It is also an economic concept. It's not a longitudinal concept, Mr. Dasgupta, and it very much includes the United States. So the point is that it is a framework of thinking that we are trying now to build out. Because in the end, whether institutions or human beings in general, we tend to think in frameworks. And the framework of the whether it's the North Atlantic, once used to dominate the world's thinking, that's what came to define the way supply chains were built out. That's how defense and geostrategic policy was built out, and so on. And so therefore, the Indo-Pacific is not just a concept that we have created out of thin air because it sounds good, but it has real teeth in it, because this is in fact the way we will think of a lot of things. The geostrategic aspect of it, of course, is very much linked to the framework of the Quad, which is of course been discussed earlier in the day. This session is not about the geostrategic aspects. Nevertheless, it should be remembered that it is at the background of a lot of this. There is also now more flesh being put on the bones in terms of, for example, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework that was also discussed a little bit earlier. It has 4 pillars. India has wholeheartedly participated in 3 of them, but for the 4th one, which is on trade, we have so far, we are observer status, and we will over time think of participating in this if things work out the way we'd like it. I would like to state here that when we begin to rethink things like the Indo-Pacific, we also need to rethink many of the rules of the game. And I'll illustrate this point by using the issue of environmental, social, and governance norms, so that people understand why these frameworks matter. You see, the use of environmental, social, and governance norms to deal with trade and investment is becoming more and more popular. And I have nothing against it, by the way. It's generally a good idea. However, unfortunately, the way these norms are defined and who not only defines these norms or monitors these norms, as things stand, is still being worked out in the North Atlantic. And this is very problematic, because the way you think of how environment and norms are to be defined, social norms are to be defined, governance norms are to be defined, are largely being done without any consultation with countries in the Indo-Pacific. Of course, the US itself is part of it, but the rest of us. And a lot of this continues to be falling into the North Atlantic paradigm. Many of the global indices, frameworks, rankings, and all of these things that end up flowing into how these norms actually work on the ground are still almost exclusively done by institutions that are in the North Atlantic. That is simply unacceptable. And this is something, by the way, this is not the first time I'm making this point. I've spoken about this very widely, and this is very, very problematic, and it needs to be revisited. So if there is to be an Indo-Pacific economic framework, and if ESGs are to be a part of this at all, then this has to be redefined. Otherwise, this will not work, and we will not participate in this. So, and we are not just speaking about India. do remember that the Indo-Pacific, while the Quad may be its four corners, it includes many, many other countries. It includes, of course, the countries of the ASEAN, but the wider ecosystem also includes, for example, Eastern Africa and the Middle East. So there has to be some conversation about this use of ESG, which, at least as things stand out, and I can tell you, appears to be as like non-tariff barriers. And this message has to go through, because unless there is a fair rules of the game, there will be no Indo-Pacific that will actually work. The North Atlantic worked because, at least for some time, there was some parity in how these rules of the game were both arrived at and how they were implemented. So I'm just putting it out there as an example of how the Indo-Pacific, if it is to become the framework for geostrategic and economic cooperation, how, if that is to become the 21st century's framework, then that will require this resetting of things like ESG, but many other rules of the game. So this is my first point that I would like to make. Second, while it is good to come up with soft things like norms and free trade agreements and so on, a lot of this is going to work on hard infrastructure. This is absolutely critical. And in this context, let me also state that much of this is a maritime concept. So this is ultimately going to be about maritime infrastructure. Of course, some of it is hard geostrategic infrastructure, but a lot of this will be about ports, it will be about right of passage, and so on and so forth. So the maritime aspect of this is absolutely critical. Without taking that into account, the rest of the conversation is not even meaningful. But once you go into a maritime framework, then, as I said, the way you look at the world changes. So I'll just give you an Indian perspective of this. For far too long, when India thought of its neighbors, it thought of China on one side and Pakistan on the other side. But in fact, India is the only country in the world which has an ocean named after it. Our history is heavily maritime. Unfortunately, not taught properly in our textbooks, but that's a different debate. But India is very much a maritime country. You just heard Devyani talk about India's links to Southeast Asia and specifically to Cambodia, but it's also true of many of the countries in the ASEAN. I mean, the country Singapore it has a Sanskrit name, Sanghapura, literally means the lion city in Sanskrit. Indonesia, it's a country that actually names itself after India. Its national symbol is Vishnu's Garuda. Its currency is the rupiah, which is the correct pronunciation of the rupee, and so on. So there is more than a little linkages to the Indo-Pacific. And then there is Australia, very often mistaken to be a Pacific country, but it's actually an Indian Ocean country just as much. And when we take a maritime view of the world, our neighbors stop being just Pakistan and China, with whom we have, as people know, many, many different dimensions of frictions, but a friendlier world which includes Singapore and Indonesia and Australia, but also on the other side, countries like the UAE and Oman and Kenya and Mauritius, all friendly countries with whom we have hundreds, if not thousands of years of connections. So it becomes a very different dynamic. And so in this context, we need to see the physical infrastructure that we are building up. Now, in the recently concluded G20 meeting, as you will be aware, we came up with the corridor going the other way, which is India, Middle East, Europe. And of course, that is the other side of the Indo-Pacific corridor. So you must understand that these things all link through. And by the way, they have done so for thousands of years. There's a lot of discussion about Silk routes, but do remember, for most of human history, it was the maritime routes of the spice route that were more important. Even Marco Polo, the guy who is the sort of symbol of the Silk route, by the way, went home by the maritime route. So do remember that. And so when we are building out these linkages, of course, there will be some land parts of this westward corridor, which will include, one of the things it will include is the rail linkages going through from the UAE through Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and on to Haifa. But it has very significant maritime aspect to it. At least the Indian part of it through to the Middle East will be entirely maritime. And of course, this has several advantages because unlike land routes, this is much more flexible. You can go from Mumbai to feed into this. You can feed in from Kochi. You can feed in from Gujarat. You can even feed in from the Bay of Bengal side of our coast. So it is a much more flexible way of thinking about this. And of course, it means that the existing trade routes also will be used by us. We will continue to use the Red Sea through the Suez. And on the other side into the Mediterranean, also it is maritime to a large extent, because once you get to Haifa, you have multiple routes you can take. Of course, one of the routes we will build through is that of Greece. But do remember, we can also, once you're on a ship, you can also go to Italy, you can go through to Marseille and France, and you can go through to Spain. Indeed, you can even sail right out to the other side of the pond. So the important point I'm making is once you begin to think in maritime terms, you begin to have a far more flexible worldview than is the case if you had a landlocked view of the world. So I'm emphasizing this maritime aspect over and over again because in the end, as I said, the Indo-Pacific is a maritime concept. Now comes the finally, before I stop, let me say that there is also a financial aspect to this. And that is important because, of course, all of this has to be funded. Now, just like there is a landlocked view of logistics, which is rigid, which I said we should have a more fluid maritime view, this is also true, by the way, of finance. We tend to take these concepts and lock it into some multilateral World Bank, IMF type of rigid funding, financing system. I'm afraid, West, we have done something in BRICS as well in those lines, but in fact, serious finance has to be done through financial markets, globally fluid funds, and so on and so forth. And so therefore, really creating more fluid networks of financing is far, far more important than creating old style bricks and mortar multilateral type agencies. In the end, the monies that flow through these are almost irrelevant to serious finance. So where do we really have to talk about? What do we really have to talk about in this context? Well, this Indo-Pacific region also has some great finance hubs. There is, of course, Singapore, which is Asia's biggest financial hub. There's the US, and California is very much a major source of financing, particularly things relating to technology. Japan and Tokyo continues to be a major financing hub. We have in India, of course, Mumbai is our financial hub, but of course we are building out, and I would like to emphasize this, an international financial hub at Gift City, which we intend to build out over the next decade or so. And by the way, interlinking all of this is key. We already have, for example, Gift City has already got linked through it to Singapore through the SGX Connect, and that is important because now you are beginning to see these financial linkages being built. Similarly, what are we doing with the Indian rupee? We intend over the next decade or so to internationalize the Indian rupee and allow for it to be much more widely used as a currency. So hardening the Indian rupee. I know that the media tends to blow this up into some talk about de-dollarization. In fact, that is not even a meaningful way of thinking about it. India aspires to be a hard currency, not a global anchor currency. And as a hard currency, we want to be in, at least for foreseeable future, we aspire to be somewhat like other hard currencies, like, for example, the yen, the pound, the euro, the Singapore dollar, the Australian dollar, and so on. And so basically that is our main aspiration. And to that effect, we are slowly building that out. The dollar, as far as I can see, will remain the world's anchor currency for the foreseeable future. But as a hard currency, we will aspire to become a part of the IMF's SDR basket over a decade from now. We do expect that the Indian bonds will be more widely used for other countries' reserves. And to that aspiration, we have taken an important step in recent weeks of being included in global bond indices like that of JP Morgan's bond index. So what we are seeing here is India itself becoming a more prominent part in the financial network, just like the physical architecture of trade and commerce is being built out. The financial architecture of trade and commerce is also being built out and getting interlinked through to the rest of this region. So I hope I gave you a flavor of how we think about this. It is an important framework of the Indo-Pacific is an important framework of how we think about our future. And we are already beginning to build the financial, physical, economic, and commercial architecture of this in concrete step-by-step measures. But as I said right in the beginning, this has to be done in ways where there is participation by all stakeholders in the rule making of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Channal, for a very inspiring speech, I would say. Touched upon a number of things. In fact, all of them are quite important. And getting to a different kind of norms than what has been historically set by the north and part of the world. Getting the hard infrastructure or very kind of what I would say is that integration of and the financial aspects of funding, getting this point clear that putting Indian rupee as a hard currency is not a move for de-dollarization as the media has projected it. I think it's very important. It's the linkage of Indian financial hub with the rest of the world, especially the mechanism for putting a number of points here. Well, let's move forward, and I have now the Neelam Rani, IFS Director, Secretariat, Kolkata, on India's engagement in Srimati Rani.
Good afternoon, all of you, and namaskar. Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Member Economic Advisory Council, Prime Minister Office of India, Consular General of USA, President of BCC&I, distinguished members, dignitaries, media, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor to attend this event and have the opportunity to share and listen to the invaluable insights from our distinguished speakers who are present here today for Conclave. Special thanks to Sanjeev sir and Ambassador Madam for their insights on Indo-Pacific and highlighting the need of redefining the fair and just global governance, and at the same time the importance of enhanced maritime infrastructure and India's greater stake in the region. That everybody will agree with me and no one can deny of that. So I also take the opportunity to thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries who came forward with the idea of organizing this business event, namely the Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave in the association with Ministry of External Affairs. So I will not dive deep into the length and breadth and strategic importance of the concept that encompasses in it, as already my fellow speakers have enlightened the gathering and has already highlighted the importance of the concept. Friends, I will talk more about this conclave. This conclave is an important platform, an important one, as it will serve as a unified platform for the business community from the Indo-Pacific region to deliberate upon their agendas, and I am happy to see the overwhelming participation of our foreign business chambers who are leading the delegations to explore opportunity between India and their respective countries. I'm sure this event will prove to be a catalyst to enhanced business engagements and will further connect the business community in the Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific region accounts for the 63% of global GDP, and half of all global trade passes through the waters of these two bodies. Dear friends, the growing importance of Indo-Pacific region on the global geopolitical map and the problem of economic concentrations has prompted us to intensify our business engagements in the region as India strives for an open, free, rule-based Indo-Pacific region. India stands for freedom of navigation and respect for international laws in the Indo-Pacific region. Friends, de-risking the global economy now involves reliable and resilient supply chain as well as promoting trust and transparency in the digital domain. India-Pacific region documents calls for close cooperation within Indo-Pacific countries for improving connectivity in all its dimensions, transport, digital and human, and Sanjeev sir has very nicely highlighted the importance of maritime infrastructure, digital connectivity, rupees in trade, etc. And I'm sure that today's gathering is a reflection of the growing business connect in the region. I'm sure our initiative of digital integration, trade in rupees initiative on developing maritime infrastructure and inclusiveness in the Indo-Pacific will leave a lasting impact for increasing the business engagements in this region. Now let me briefly come to the export scenario in the region vis-a-vis India. Dear friends, I would like to highlight that while during April-July, India's total goods export contracted 14.5% due to slow global demand. Exports to the Asia-Pacific regions were down by 22%. On further analysis, we found that though our exports declined in the region, most countries in the region imported more than across the other parts of the world. Thus, the Indian export slump was not merely on account of lower regional demand. Also, the decline in India's goods export to the region was broad-based with the export of many of the top 10 commodity contracting. Therefore, it is important not to lose focus on this region. I hope that during this 2 days event, we deliberate upon these aspects as well, because in terms of market size alone, the Asia-Pacific market is bigger than both the US and Eurozone. So this is the need of the hour that we should all focus on that, and all the chambers who have gathered here should try to conceptualize, should try to find out something that the trade within the Indo-Pacific regions increase exponentially. I am hopeful that during the conclave, we will have fruitful discussions on logistic issues, supply chain issues, integration to regional value chain, seamless movement of goods, services and labor with effective outcome. I once again thank you, my co-organizer, for their cooperation and support to bringing the Indo-Pacific representation on a single platform, and I wish all the very best to all the participants to have a fruitful and meaningful interaction during the event. I urge the business community to leverage the platform and reach some tangible outcome during the course of the event. Thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to be here. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Srimati Neelam Rani, for giving all kind of insight. Chamber, all of us, go forward and have a transparent and efficient Well, I thought in the beginning that I'll not entertain questions. But I feel that we are running late, no doubt, but there's 5 minutes for but maybe I'm giving the questions that you can ask to
Daniel, I am
Aniruddha Lahiri, past president of Chambers. I was just to embolden myself to ask this question. Question is, one, you've been referred to China at all in terms of currency at one point in time. China even said that the Chinese currency will become the world currency. Probably face the dollar. That was said at one point. Also, as she pointed out, Babek pointed out, that, Hong Kong was not referred to. And the commercial hub, I think Hong Kong was very important, of course. Now gone over to China. The fact remains that Hong Kong is the commercial hub. Now, was this omission deliberate, or did you have, or do you think this is irrelevant?
All right, Mr. Sanand,
We'll take a few questions and then answer it. Yeah. There's a lady here and then we'll go there.
We don't have too much time in that.
So why don't we let her ask the question since we are here and then we'll.
Thank you very much. My question, I thought that your points were really, really interesting, and I agreed completely that human beings do focus on frameworks, and I love the way you looked at the frames differently. I'd be curious to know on the ESG, in terms of ESG, since there isn't technically an agreed international framework for ESG, but a lot of different frameworks that are currently being discussed. So I'm curious to know what elements of the ESGs do you think don't include, definitions that are inclusive of the global at the time?
Okay, if I don't answer this lot, then I'll answer that lot. So, since I'm accused of being right-wing, I'll start with. Right. Okay, so I'll answer these two questions quite quickly. See, there is an issue with the ESGs. As you said, that nobody has agreed on what these ESGs are, but they are floating around since, in fact, the UN came up with this concept of ESG in 2006. And since then, it has quietly pervaded many things. So, for example, it's now used for investment and this and that. The European Union, at the beginning of this year, introduced it as a mandatory for how, for example, imports and trade and other things are done. In the US, for example, it's getting introduced even by private companies into using this as a framework. But as you yourself said, there is no agreed framework. So who came up with these frameworks? And it turns out to be, it has been largely been hijacked and arbitrarily defined by certain institutions in the North Atlantic. Some of these are think tanks in the UK and the US, some in Europe, some private companies in certain cases. And what is happening as a result of this is that these things are, you're seeing this proliferation, as many of you may notice, of global rankings and global indices of all kinds, with utterly absurd outcomes. And I'll give you some ones. Like there's a global democracy index, which is done, by the way, by Freedom House, which is funded, by the way, by the State Department. There's also a similar one done by Varieties of Freedom out of in Sweden. Now, it's quite strange if you look at the lists of democracies in the world. First of all, the world's largest democracy always ends up somewhere near number 100. But if you look at the actual list of it and who are in the top 10, let me list you the countries that are in the top 10 of these indices. Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Denmark, Kingdom of Sweden, Commonwealth of New Zealand, Kingdom of Belgium, United Kingdom. In fact, being a republic seems to be bad for democracy. Now, why is this ending up? And I'll tell you why. Because of the way you have defined democracy. Right? So if you, for example, insert simply another line into the methodology and say that should the head of state be elected, which surely is an important part of democracy, then all these countries will just disappear. So what I'm trying to tell you is that I just gave you this as an instance of how arbitrary ESG frameworks, which have not been agreed to by the world, are simply being utilized for all kinds of things which it's not meant for, without any discussion. And these methodologies, which are utterly arbitrary, lead to utterly arbitrary outcomes. So there has to be a discussion about ESGs if it is to be a serious part of this. Otherwise, countries like India will have great difficulty participating. And we are being quite clear and upfront about this. I think just day before yesterday, our Foreign Minister, Minister Jaishankar, in the UNGA, made a point about the fact that the world's frameworks need to be revisited for the 21st century. This is one part of that. So I just thought I'll let you know. As far as leaving Hong Kong out, well, I mean, there is a long list of financial hubs. I did not list them out. I listed the most important one, Singapore. I also listed the second most important one, which is Tokyo. Hong Kong's position in the world of finance is in decline. That's a fact. I didn't deliberately pick on it, but I didn't think it was. If I had to mention Hong Kong, then I'll have to also list out many others. Dubai is also another one, for that matter. So I'm not picking on them. I just did it in order of what I thought was important.
We have to somewhat.
We'll have to go on to this
question.
side as well.
Just one last question, because then you can talk over the lunch. No problem with that.
Thank you.
Go ahead. That will be the last, and then lunch.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, this is a question for you. I think your points are very valid about ESG being arbitrary and therefore not getting the desired result. There is a candidate in the Republican presidential campaign, Vivek Ramaswamy, and he is very iconoclastic. And he has taken one of the positions he has taken is that if he becomes president or he becomes vice president under Donald Trump, he will scrap ESG. Second position that you are taking now that ESG needs to be tweaked. Do you see a commonality between what you say and what he says? Some faction in eclipsing ESG in corporate governance, in respect of capital markets, you see that? I have another question, one more.
Let me just say that this question I have a little difficult to answer. As Secretary to the Government of India, I can't comment on the internal politics of another country. But, they may have other reasons for not wanting ESG. I'm telling you why we don't want it. No, let him ask him. Since I didn't answer this question, he can finish his question by default.
But we decide.
Yeah, I think the South China Sea is a very clear strategic subset of the Indo-Pacific. And beyond statements being made that everybody recognizes the right of free passage, is there something to be said in terms of what the Indo-Pacific can do towards the 9-dash line, now the 10-dash line? The only country taking a covert, obvious opposition to what's going on in the 9-dash line is Philippines. What's the narrative going to be in the face of?
Again, as I said, we have a well-established view on this from the Ministry of External Affairs, and that is effectively my view as well. I obviously will reiterate that, which is that,
I think let's leave it there.
Thank you.
I'm going to say that I've been unanswered on both counts. Thank you.
Over the lunch. Last question, yes, please.
My question is to Mr. Sanyal. I'm Captain Mazumdar and I'm heading the shipping committee as a mentor. Since I'm in the maritime trade, sir, this question is to you. It may be a bit premature. Talked about the Prime Minister's G20, about the land route and the rail route, ultimately from India to UAE, Saudi Arabia, to Europe. I'm sure you know, sir, that every day there are umpteen number of sailings of ships on the west coast of India direct to Europe at the time of the direct non-multi-handling transport of the goods. It was straight into India. Do you think it's economically viable, this operation?
See, there have to be various ways of transporting goods. So that's why right in the beginning I told you that it's not like we are not going to use the Red Sea through the Suez route. But there are other routes can be created for different goods, for different networks of things. you need to understand optionality is a very important part of thinking about supply chains. And so we are creating optionalities. And given that we foresee the amount of volume of trade going back and forth, you need to have all kinds of optionality. This will also be an important throughput. Depends on what goods. I mean, obviously, if I'm doing dry bulk goods, still easy to just load it on, send it on. But there will be plenty other products that go through in other ways. Components going to somewhere in the UAE, put together, put on a train, goes across to Haifa, then sent out on the other side. So there, it depends on what exactly you're dealing with.
At your point, I was only talking about basically the multi-handling and finance. That's all.
Can you just leave it here?
Point is made. Point.
Just two things before I hand it over to the vote of thanks. One is, you see that sometimes voices are raised from North Atlantic society, ESG. Dirty industry argument. Well, all the dirty industries are kicked into the government. The voices came first and foremost, strong voices from the North Atlantic. So let's not despair. We can cooperate. We can, talk together. And our voices will be there. We always have quite sure they will. But there are voices there. I guess.
Well, of course, there are voices there, but this is the Indo-Pacific. I'm just pointing out, we do not want to simply transplant North Atlantic worldviews into the Indo-Pacific. Otherwise, why have the Indo-Pacific? The point we are making is that the Indo-Pacific is a valid and perhaps a more appropriate way to think about the world in the 21st century. We should be able to write the rules.
But I don't. I just feel just did that. There are roles played, we just can't one mode alone. Let's just leave it here, and I now invite Mr. Arnab Basu, Senior Vice President of the Bengal Chamber, who will give the vote of thanks. Mr. Basu, please.
Thank you, Professor. Standing between you and lunch, I have the august honor of imparting the very important vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, when we embarked on the Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave a few months back, to be fair, we were quite apprehensive about the outcome, given the enormity of the task. But after witnessing the opening two sessions of this epochal Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave, which in many ways is a first of its kind initiative in this part of the world, I am personally quite humbled, and I feel privileged to share with you that we have all witnessed in some ways a history in the making today, something that has not yet been tried out in this part of the world. My heartfelt thanks on behalf of BCCI and of course on my personal behalf to the speakers at the opening session, who have very clearly charted out what we all from the Chambers of Commerce and associations and the economic ecosystem in general need to discuss and work out in spirit of partnership and of course collaboration. I am most delighted that this program is on the heels of India's G20 presidency, which has truly given meaning to the phrase of one earth, one family, one future. We definitely shall see in the next few hours how we can extend that family and create a network of like-minded institutions serving the common cause of industry and business in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much. May I request the President of the Chamber to please present tokens of our deep appreciation to the speakers on the dais.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch. We are running a little bit late, as usual. What we shall do is, in the second half, we will reconvene in this hall for the technical session, which will have all our participating chambers and industry associations and multilateral agencies participating. We will change the layout of the seating. So I would request you to not please keep anything on the seats. Please take them with you. We will have all the chairs back in, but the seating will be slightly different. And we shall convene here in about at about 1:50. 1:45 is the target. 1:50 we plan to start here. Thank you very much.
"2023 has been the 190th year for BCC&I, India's oldest institution of its kind. The average age of the BCCite is, however, 35. Whenever we are weighing our maturity in years in tandem with our exuberance, sincerity, and single-mindedness towards the cause of the common good, the question of bringing in a right blend of experience, skills, and enthusiasm comes in. Consequently, for BCC&I, the questions that we have posed for ourselves are on how to continuously present a differentiated value proposition for the business ecosystem, governments, overseas trade partners, and the academia, while also evolving and adapting to the demands of the post-pandemic global order. Interestingly, in this context, 2023 was a watershed year. We commenced the year in September 2022 with the world just out of a 2-year-long economic hibernation. The focus for us then was how to create the most relevant forum for our business and stakeholders at a national scale. In the process, we have regularly gone beyond state boundaries across the country and even in the process reached out to South Asia and the Indo-Pacific at large. How did we do this? We knew that in order to be sustainable in our approach, we needed to embrace all the 3 verticals of agriculture, industry, and services with equal expansiveness. In the end, the manifestation of our activities were through more than 100 programs in over 6 metropolises of the country, apart from reaching out to thousands of farmers, small entrepreneurs, and students.
हमारे बंधन बैंक के 3 करोड़ कस्टमर्स होने की खुशी में।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में।
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा कस्टमर्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
मिठाई?
मिठाई तो बनती है। हमारे बंधन बैंक के 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में।
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। इसी ट्रस्ट से 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं बंधन बैंक के।
यश, लेटेस्ट वाली देना। मिठाई?
6,000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स हो गए हमारे बंधन बैंक के।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में।
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। 6,000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
वो बचपन ही क्या जो दीवारों में बन जाए, वो बचपन ही क्या जो अपने निशान ना छोड़ जाए, जो मैला ना हो रंगों में, वो क्या बचपन है, जो झूमे ना उमंगों में, वो क्या बचपन है। बचपन जिंदगी में सिर्फ एक बार आता है, उसे खुल के जीने दो, दाग लगने दो। दीवारों पर लगा है ना बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट, जिसके क्रॉस लिंकिंग पॉलीमर से नो दाग नो धब्बा, ओनली ब्यूटीफुल वॉल्स। बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट।
India's largest integrated energy company, NTPC, has optimized the space at its power plants for installation of floating solar modules. The company has planned 262 megawatt floating solar on 1350 acres of reservoir area by installing over 10 lakh PV modules at its various stations, out of which 222 megawatt has been commissioned. This includes largest floating solar of 100 megawatt at Ramagundam in Telangana, 92 megawatt at Kayamkulam in Kerala, 25 megawatt floating solar at Simhadri in Andhra Pradesh, 20 megawatt at Auraiya in Uttar Pradesh, and 25 megawatt at Kavas in Gujarat. These projects would light more than 73,000 households and would be instrumental in reducing over 5,17,000 tons of CO2 emission on an annual basis. Besides, these projects would entail a saving of 5,200 million litres of water per annum, sufficient to meet yearly water requirements of 25,000 households. NTPC is steadily lowering its carbon footprint by reducing greenhouse gas emissions through installation of floating solar across its existing stations.
Cities are defined by their skylines, icons of modern engineering and architecture. Brought to life by steel and concrete, we've compiled a list of some of the world's modern wonders for you to marvel at. Tom Cruise fell in love with the Burj Khalifa when he shot Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol at the tallest building on Earth. Standing proud at 830 meters, the Burj is a must-visit on every Dubai visitor's to-do list. The views from the top of this building are to die for. From Dubai to Amchi, Mumbai, it's hard to believe that the Bandra Worli ceiling is just over 8 years old. It's become part of the history of Mumbai. On weekdays, it ferries people to and fro from Mumbai's business district. On weekends, you often find families come out for a late-night drive on this 5.6-kilometer long suspension bridge. The tallest structure on the banks of the Thames River, the London Eye, is a giant Ferris wheel that has 32 air-conditioned pods, one for each London borough. The views from this 443-foot marvel will make your jaws drop. Big Ben, Westminster Abbey, St. Paul's Cathedral, the list goes on. No, don't leave London yet. There's another marvel we have to check out. The Shard. At 1,016 feet, at its highest point, the Shard in London beats the Eiffel Tower in height. This architectural wonder is one of a few places where you can gain a 360-degree view of the City of London. Immortalized in every movie, documentary and web series about Kolkata, the Howrah Bridge is probably Kolkata's best-known landmark. Completed in 1943, the first crossing on the bridge was not a car or a bus. It was a tram. Over 1 lakh vehicles and 1,50,000 people cross the bridge daily. Here's an interesting bit of trivia for you. All 5 of these modern marvels have an Indian element to them. Tata Steel has supplied steel to all of these mega structures. How's that for global reach?
has been the 190th year for BCC&I, India's oldest institution of its kind. The average age of the BCCite is, however, 35. Whenever we are weighing our maturity in years in tandem with our exuberance, sincerity, and single-mindedness towards the cause of the common good, the question of bringing in a right blend of experience, skills, and enthusiasm comes in. Consequently, for BCC&I, the questions that we have posed for ourselves are on how to continuously present a differentiated value proposition for the business ecosystem, governments, overseas trade partners, and the academia, while also evolving and adapting to the demands of the post-pandemic global order. Interestingly, in this context, 2023 was a watershed year. We commenced the year in September 2022 with the world just out of a 2-year-long economic hibernation. The focus for us then was how to create the most relevant forum for our business and stakeholders at a national scale. In the process, we have regularly gone beyond state boundaries across the country and even in the process reached out to South Asia and the Indo-Pacific at large. How did we do this? We knew that in order to be sustainable in our approach, we needed to embrace all the 3 verticals of agriculture, industry, and services with equal expansiveness. In the end, the manifestation of our activities were through more than 100 programs in over 6 metropolises of the country, apart from reaching out to thousands of farmers, small entrepreneurs, and students.
हमारे बंधन बैंक के 3 करोड़ कस्टमर्स होने की खुशी में सिर्फ 7.5 साल में ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं बढ़ता भी है। 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा कस्टमर्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
मिठाई?
मिठाई तो बनती है। हमारे बंधन बैंक के 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में?
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं बढ़ता भी है। इसी ट्रस्ट से 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं बंधन बैंक के।
यश, लेटेस्ट वाली देना। मिठाई?
6000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स हो गए हमारे बंधन बैंक के।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में?
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं बढ़ता भी है। 6000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
वो बचपन ही क्या जो दीवारों में बन जाए, वो बचपन ही क्या जो अपने निशान ना छोड़ जाए, जो मैला ना हो रंगों में वो क्या बचपन है, जो झूमे ना उमंगों में वो क्या बचपन है। बचपन जिंदगी में सिर्फ एक बार आता है, उसे खुल के जीने दो, दाग लगने दो। दीवारों पर लगा है ना बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट, इसे क्रॉस लिंकिंग पॉलीमर से नो दाग नो धब्बा, ओनली ब्यूटीफुल वॉल्स। बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट।
India's largest integrated energy company, NTPC, has optimized the space at its power plants for installation of floating solar modules. The company has planned 262 megawatt floating solar on 1350 acres of reservoir area by installing over 10 lakh PV modules at its various stations, out of which 222 megawatt has been commissioned. This includes largest floating solar of 100 megawatt at Ramagundam in Telangana, 92 megawatt at Kayamkulam in Kerala, 25 megawatt floating solar at Simhadri in Andhra Pradesh, 20 megawatt at Auraiya in Uttar Pradesh, and 25 megawatt at Kavas in Gujarat. These projects would light more than 73,000 households and would be instrumental in reducing over 5,17,000 tons of CO2 emission on an annual basis. Besides, these projects would entail a saving of 5,200 million litres of water per annum, sufficient to meet yearly water requirements of 25,000 households. NTPC is steadily lowering its carbon footprint by reducing greenhouse gas emissions through installation of floating solar across its existing stations.
Cities are defined by their skylines, icons of modern engineering and architecture, brought to life by steel and concrete. We've compiled a list of some of the world's modern wonders for you to marvel at. Tom Cruise fell in love with the Burj Khalifa when he shot Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol at the tallest building on Earth. Standing proud at 830 meters, the Burj is a must-visit on every Dubai visitor's to-do list. The views from the top of this building are to die for. From Dubai to Amchi, Mumbai, it's hard to believe that the Bandra Worli Sea Link is just over 8 years old. It's become part of the history of Mumbai. On weekdays, it ferries people to and fro from Mumbai's business district. On weekends, you often find families come out for a late-night drive on this 5.6-kilometer long suspension bridge. The tallest structure on the banks of the Thames River, the London Eye, is a giant Ferris wheel that has 32 air-conditioned pods, one for each London borough. The views from this 443-foot marvel will make your jaws drop. Big Ben, Westminster Abbey, St. Paul's Cathedral, the list goes on. No, don't leave London yet. There's another marvel we have to check out. The Shard. At 1,016 feet, at its highest point, the Shard in London beats the Eiffel Tower in height. This architectural wonder is one of a few places where you can gain a 360-degree view of the City of London. Immortalized in every movie, documentary and web series about Kolkata, the Howrah Bridge is probably Kolkata's best-known landmark. Completed in 1943, the first crossing on the bridge was not a car or a bus. It was a tram. Over 1 lakh vehicles and 1,50,000 people cross the bridge daily. Here's an interesting bit of trivia for you. All 5 of these modern marvels have an Indian element to them. Tata Steel has supplied steel to all of these mega structures. How's that for global reach?
2023 has been the 190th year for BCC&I, India's oldest institution of its kind. The average age of the BCCite is, however, 35. Whenever we are weighing our maturity in years in tandem with our exuberance, sincerity, and single-mindedness towards the cause of the common good, the question of bringing in a right blend of experience, skills, and enthusiasm comes in. Consequently, for BCC&I, the questions that we have posed for ourselves are on how to continuously present a differentiated value proposition for the business ecosystem, governments, overseas trade partners, and the academia, while also evolving and adapting to the demands of the post-pandemic global order. Interestingly, in this context, 2023 was a watershed year. We commenced the year in September 2022 with the world just out of a 2-year-long economic hibernation. The focus for us then was how to create the most relevant forum for our business and stakeholders at a national scale. In the process, we have regularly gone beyond state boundaries across the country and even in the process reached out to South Asia and the Indo-Pacific at large. How did we do this? We knew that in order to be sustainable in our approach, we needed to embrace all the 3 verticals of agriculture, industry, and services with equal expansiveness. In the end, the manifestation of our activities were through more than 100 programs in over 6 metropolises of the country, apart from reaching out to thousands of farmers, small entrepreneurs, and students.
मिठाई। हमारे बंधन बैंक के 3 करोड़ कस्टमर्स होने की खुशी में सिर्फ 7.5 साल में ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं बढ़ता भी है। 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा कस्टमर्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
मिठाई?
मिठाई तो बनती है। हमारे बंधन बैंक के 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में?
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं बढ़ता भी है। इसी ट्रस्ट से 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं बंधन बैंक के।
यश, लेटेस्ट वाली देना। मिठाई?
6,000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स हो गए हमारे बंधन बैंक के।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में?
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं बढ़ता भी है। 6,000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
वो बचपन ही क्या जो दीवारों में बन जाए, वो बचपन ही क्या जो अपने निशान ना छोड़ जाए, जो मैला ना हो रंगों में, वो क्या बचपन है, जो झूमे ना उमंगों में, वो क्या बचपन है। बचपन जिंदगी में सिर्फ एक बार आता है, उसे खुल के जीने दो, दाग लगने दो। दीवारों पर लगा है ना बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट, इसे क्रॉस लिंकिंग पॉलीमर से नो दाग नो धब्बा।
you are one of the first organizations.
मलेशिया का डाल दो, आसियान का नहीं है, आसियान का भी डालने का है।
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As is the case always, there will be a little bit of settling down issues after lunch. We have a couple of hours at our disposal, slightly less maybe because we are running a little bit late, but we'll try and be as focused as possible. So I'll just introduce myself. My name is Shubhadeep Ghosh. I work in the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. To my left is Mr. Shubhi Chakraborty, President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And to his left is Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, who is a former President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Senior Partner of Inchwary Consulting, our knowledge partners for this program and for this activity. Just a few, things about how we thought of running this session. We are all, here to brainstorm. So, all our participants, you will all speak. You will all, share your, perspectives. And me and my colleagues will take copious notes. Last evening, we had shared with you all who are featuring in this session a draft, very preliminary draft charter, which we thought we may or may not think of agreeing upon today. And if we, arrive at some sort of a consensus, some sort of a view as to how to take this proposed working together forward in the next, few months and years, then we will, write that down and we will make that kind of a vision document for us. We can call it a charter, vision document, some sort of a plan forward. And Towards the later part of the afternoon, around 4:30, 4:45-ish, we will have a brief media interaction where all of you will be there, and we can sort of formally announce whatever we have arrived at. So I'll stop here now. Over to the moderator for this session, Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, to take forward the discussions. Sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. To moderate this session, I have thought about 10 points, and I will just speak on those 10 points, which will give you the purpose of this session. This session is definitely a session for ideation, but this session also has a clear objective of coming out with an outcome, with a paper, which will be read out to you at the end of the day, as Mr. Shubhodip mentioned. Now, what is that paper about and why are we doing this? That I have tried to summarize in 10 points. So I will give you my 10-point summarization of the entire 2 hours proceedings, objectives of that. Point number 1, which came out in the morning meeting also, the Indo-Pacific does not have a formal identity, a proper chamber, a consortium, a locus standi, or even a formal representation in any form. It is scattered amongst multiple agreements, but useful agreements, but scattered into multiple agreements. Indo-Pacific therefore remains still a concept, but now needs to move to get into commissioning from the concept stage. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is Indo-Pacific has multiple trade, security, economic and other agreements within the self countries amongst the participating nations within Indo-Pacific. We discussed this in the morning session also. And those various agreements may sometimes have clauses which could be, I'm not sure whether they are, conflicting, overriding, adjoining or complementary. A standard coordinating body must take control, or at least, if not control may be a bad word, but at least take stock of the various clauses countries have signed if the Pacific Initiative is not to be stultified but to be progressed seriously. The third point here is the bodies here who have assembled, I understand, are not empowered bodies. I mean, there would be definitely with the ministry or with the bureaucrats, but they are very strong advocacy bodies, quasi-government or parastatal bodies who have come here, which can take initiatives to create an empowering forum. So we can create a robust and powerful lobbying or advocacy forum or initiative that can get into such Indo-Pacific economic activism, intellectual activism. Fourth point is BCCI has taken an initiative to produce a concept of an unified chamber and its charter, which, as Shubhodip mentioned, has been circulated. The charter states, among various other things, why such bodies must come together, their scope of operations, the governance mechanism, and how the outcome of such a chamber would be measured. The fifth point is that today's discussion will be primarily around that. The discussion seeks your opinions on the Indo-Pacific coordinating body, the formation or the purpose or the utility or the formation of a chamber like that, having members from all the participating nations, if not all, but most. Sixth one is the chamber should diligently take stock, and this is very important, I feel, the chamber should diligently take stock of all the agreements that each country has signed up so far with other Indo-Pacific members or even with countries outside Indo-Pacific, take into consideration the newer trade expectations that world regulatory bodies have now advocated, which we heard in the morning over environment, social inclusivity, MSME, the very women empowerment, livelihood generation, the many things on the ESG side. Upholding the UN SDG targets, the COP targets, the MSME targets, ethics and few other things, and therefore try creating a multilateral mother agreement between all countries, tenets of which can be picked up while such member nations go for creating any bilateral or their own multilateral agreements. The seventh one is the chamber should preferably also identify some areas of common interest. For example, innovation and skill development within the Pacific. Tech, logistics, we heard maritime in the morning, digital or physical infra, sourcing of the funds, where will the funds be coming from in such Indo-Pacific initiative, and other areas, and can create a priority list. They should identify every country's assets in their natural resources, their product maps, capabilities, import-export patterns, and work out models to see how intra-Indo-Pacific trade can be enhanced. The eighth one is that they should continuously research to find common threads among these multicultural, multi-product, multilinguistic, multi-religion, diverse anthropological communities. The ninth one is, I think such a well-coordinated effort between the countries is essential, if not all, but at least some of them. No single forum will drive the interest of these countries together. We have heard of such forums like ASEAN, SAARC, East Asia, and many others, forums or trade bodies or agreements which define the performance of the participating nations. A similar such should be done for entire Indo-Pacific too. And lastly, I compliment BCCI for taking the initiative to create one. They have engaged us in theory as a knowledge partner for helping them out on that. Therefore, I'm requesting Shubhadeep Ghosh, the Director General BCCI, to first enlighten on the thoughts of that document carries, in case you have not all been able to read that, its salient features and his thoughts on the way forward. After Shubhadeep is done with his 5 to 7 minutes of speech, I will go in a counterclockwise manner with all the consuls, the trade bodies, the representatives of the various countries, at least sitting on the first row, take their views and then open it to all audiences. And there are scribers and people who are taking notes of the session, and all summarization of this, Shubhadeep, I understand, will go into an agreement or into a document that we will be publishing in the afternoon. Thank you, and over to Shubhadeep.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very, very brief. Actually, the document has been uploaded on our website, bengalchamber.com. And I will request our colleagues to just take you to the the page proper, so that you can kind of take note of the path, and maybe you can download it later on. Essentially, whatever we have talked about this morning has been a subject of this position paper, and we wanted to call it a position paper because it should sort of signify or maybe outline as to where we stand. And it talks about certain some of the sort of new issues in trade, or some of the new sort of partnerships or focus areas that regional trade has taken in the form of minilateralism. It has taken it sort of shows how some of the smaller sort of groupings, like which India is part of, like BBI, and or even BIMSTEC, or some of the sort of more regional agreements between countries which are geographically closer to one another, do have sort of impact on issues which are apparently not immediately related to EXIM business, but have got a huge impact on bringing countries together, like people to people connect, or cultural relations, etc. But speaking on the on the perspectives of whatever we have discussed, I think I have taken notes this morning, and I have found out that 4 issues came up one way or the other. One was trade focus, okay, supply chain issues, less of procedural problems. Trade should be more seamless, more efficient, multimodal logistics. The fact that the whole region is very much sort of maritime focused. The fact that we should be a little bit sectoral and see where the low hanging fruits are, if we can actually find out some of the sectors where countries can more easily collaborate. Let's say, for instance, tourism. I mean, I think the Nepal India Chamber of Commerce, you'll speak on the subject a little bit later. One thing was, of course, it came up in the form of ESG, but the focus on SDGs and the Sustainable Development Goals, and sort of the responsibilities of trade towards the UN SDGs, the 17 UN SDGs, that has got to come up. And one area I thought personally is, of course, Mr. Dasgupta talked about the value chain aspect. And one area which I don't think was covered that much, but I think will have a lot of potential for collaboration, is agriculture. Because this particular region has got a lot of say in agriculture, in sort of even in climate change mitigation. A lot of focus and a lot of technology related issues with respect to agriculture
with respect to, sort of building up the agri value chain even, need to be discussed. In my personal opinion, as an employee of a Chamber of Commerce for more than 2 decades, I can say why we thought about this is because in my experience, I have seen that a lot of international trade issues can actually be taken care of without the government getting involved. And it can actually, sort of be much easier to transact business if chambers of commerce, which are custodians of business in, various countries, keep talking. I was talking to our, friend from Malaysia this morning, and one issue that came up, Mr. Thakur Das Narayan Das, I think, he's there in the room somewhere. One issue which came up was that as we trade, there will be disputes. So maybe we can focus on, a very robust dispute settlement mechanism. Maybe talk about arbitration, but more importantly, maybe talk about mediation. Maybe learn from best practices in this region, because in this region there are, certain, hubs for, arbitration and mediation, as we, talk about trade and other, business sort of exchanges. There can be issues, and again, we discussed it a little bit in the morning session. There can be issues on empowerment. There can be issues on cultural connect. These are, so-called soft areas, but I believe that these are sort of areas where we can actually, create a lot of cohesiveness and a lot of and achieve a lot of, quicker results. The document that we had prepared has actually tried to cover as many areas as possible where we can collaborate. I mean, through its various sections on, mission statement, through the sections on, objectives, the enablers, methodology, and we have separately tried to, identify, the various areas where we can actually, collaborate through in the scope section. So I will stop here now, and I will request the moderator to, sort of take the views of other chambers, and then we can go ahead and conclude at least some of the low-hanging fruits that are in front of us. Thank you.
Now go to the Royal Thai Consulate General in Kolkata.
Hello. Good afternoon. Name is Piyapan Atipatya, Deputy Consul General of Thailand. Present and distinguished participants, I represent, of course, the role of the government, and Thailand is also representing with another speaker, which I hope that she will be joining online she's the President of Thai-India Business Council, so she will give more pictures about the sectoral cooperation. Distinguished participants, with this topic of the East Asia and East in India's Act East in Common Charter, I would like to bring to your attention that when India initiated the Look East policy in 1993, Thailand responded positively with the Look West policy in 1996, aimed at exploring new market, source of energy, and new investment flow. Given Thailand's central location in Southeast Asia and its position as regional hub, this policy serves to strengthen the regional partnership with South Asia and beyond. Thailand Look West policy is therefore the ideal complement to India's Act East policy, which not only has been instrumental in promoting Indo-Thailand bilateral relations, but also in strengthening India's relationship with the regional in general, rejuvenating the region with fresh development projects and foreign investment initiatives. Distinguished participants, allow me to inform you the role of Royal Thai Consulate General in promoting and facilitating trade, as well as the people-to-people contact. The Consulate General works in concert with relevant Thai agencies to facilitate trade and business between Thailand and India, namely Thai Trade Center in New Delhi, Thailand Board of Investment in Mumbai, Tourism Authority of Thailand in Delhi. We call this concept Team Thailand, in which all different agencies collaborate with one another under the guidance of the embassy. The Consul General has jurisdiction covers 6 states in the eastern region, namely West Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. He serves as the contact point for Thai business, information on trade and investment opportunity in this area. Vice versa, India Business and Chamber of Commerce in this area can reach out to us regarding trade issues with Thailand. The examples of our activities relating to trade promotion are, we have organized a seminar on business and investment opportunities in Thailand, organized with the Thailand Board of Investment and the Bengal Chamber on January, which focus on bio-green circular or the BCC economy and healthcare. We also have arranged a tourism roadshow events in Kolkata in collaboration with the Tourism Authority of Thailand under the scheme Amazing New Chapters. Also in January, in February, which number of Thai tourism operators have came and introduced their products, engaged in business matching with the local tour operators. As for the collaboration on the Indo-Pacific, Thailand views that the countries in the Indo-Pacific region should capitalize on the existing cooperation framework to pursue facilitations such as the Associations of Southeast Asians or ASEAN, Mekong Ganga Corporation, APEC, BIMSEC, which we will be the host of the summit in November, and with the strength in the field of connectivity, as well as the G20. The challenge lies in how we can simplify this complex web of cooperation and cooperation efforts, a way that reduces redundancy and makes the best use of the limited resources. Thailand is a member of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, which was launched by the US in May 2022, to advance economic resilience, sustainability, and competitiveness for 14 member countries, including India. India hosted a special negotiation round for IPEF in New Delhi in February 2023. 2 weeks ago, Thailand hosted the 5th negotiation round for IPEF in Bangkok. So far, this negotiation was able to achieve substantial progress in concluding IPEF supply chain agreement, which is one of the IPEF's 4 pillars of cooperation. IPEF member countries are working closely to go on the remaining 3 pillars, namely trade, clean economy, and fair economy. In conclusion, Thailand, with the central location in Southeast Asia and its position as a regional hub, with strength in the sector of tourism, hospitality, as well as the bio-circular and green economy, can play an active role in facilitating trade in the Indo-Pacific region. The government will work closely with both the relevant chambers of commerce as well as other bodies in the private sector to fulfill the vast potential of this region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atipatia. But before I go on to Sanjeev, to you, just two requests. One is that while we would definitely love to hear about your country, do kindly stay a little focused on this Association of the Indo-Pacific Chamber of Commerce, the AITP-PCC, whether you find a need for that, and whatever is given there, your thoughts around that. So that, and my second one, of course, would love to hear for long, but because of the constraint that we are in, I mean, if you could just confine yourselves within 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you very much. With that, I move to Sanjeev, to you.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. I'll be very brief because people have heard me in the morning. I would like to address that question straight away. Since this paper and this entire thing has come to us now, one is it's brilliantly prepared. And two is that I have an individual view and I have a chamber view. The chamber is Eastern Region Chapter, the head office is in Chennai, so we go through a board process, which I think I'll be speaking for many people, that they'll have to go back to them and seek their views before we give our concurrence on this. But on the face of it, as an individual, I think it's the need of the hour, and I think it's a fantastic initiative. So that's a personal view. I believe that IACC will also have the same view. So that's point number one. Point number two, the points that have been illustrated by you and Shubhadeep, I entirely agree. But for one point with Shubhadeep, I'm happy to disagree with you on something, at least in life. But gains to India and gains to Australia from the gets commitments in banking, insurance, financial services, business services, and opens up opportunities in computer-related services, telecom, construction, health, and environmental services. That would, if those can be added onto this document, it would be nice. I am skipping the entire thing about India and Australia because I've already said most of the meat of the arguments in the morning. So if those clauses can be incorporated here, that would be very, very good. Two is, I think we would be very happy to be associated. Your research team has done, you and your research team have done a great job. I was also very happy to hear about tourism that you mentioned. And we, in the Australian thing, has been talking about a lot about sports tourism. And that's something that we would like this to be also put into the whole thing. Sports tourism, yes. But I think India and Australia have tacitly come to an agreement that we will not we'll collaborate in everything. But we will definitely not collaborate in one thing, and that's cricket. Because the last 3 weeks we have demonstrated, if we collaborated in cricket, I won't know what will happen to the rest of the world. But anyway, sports tourism is very, very interesting. We could also think about a lot of defense. Maritime has been spoken about a lot. Critical minerals across this segment is rich with such things. And finally, I would say, yeah, I don't know whether I heard you correctly, Shubhadeep, about a lot of things can be done without government.
Well, the government is a regulator. So I said that not without the government. I said that a lot of things can be resolved internally without the government stepping in.
Oh, that I completely agree. I mean, but the only thing is government is not only a regulator, but it's a facilitator. It's a logistics guy. It's a promotional, it's statutory and everything. I mean, I have that standard cliche of mine that a government is like a spouse. You can't do with one, you can't do without one. So I thank you. I congratulate you for this endeavor, and we would be happy to participate in it in letter and spirit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So your points are noted, Sanjeev. One thing is that this paper, BCCI has mainly tried to point out the SOP of how the association will run, not gone into the identification of the industries or all, which will anyway be bilateral discussions that will continue. We appreciate that you like the concept.
We've covered a few industries.
We've covered a few industries, but you have liked the concept and your points are well noted. May I now move to Bhutan, please?
Good afternoon. Thank you. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is a progress. Working together is a success. And I wish to begin my brief remarks with these great quotes. Eminent personalities, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense pleasure and a deep sense of community, and that I stand before you all today, representing the Bhutan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is also called BCCI, to discuss on the topic of paramount importance, collaboration and regional cooperation towards common goal, in an Indo-Pacific. As we gathered at the prestigious Indian Economic Conclave, we find ourselves at the pivotal juncture where the principle of cooperation, shared inspiration must guide our path towards prosperous future. Indo-Pacific is not just a geographical entity, it embodies the convergence of culture and economy. This vast expanse, with its abundant resources and diverse population, holds unparalleled potential for growth, innovation, and progress. It is in the best interest of every nation to foster collaboration, as together we can transform challenges into opportunities, lay the foundation for sustainable development. Bhutan may be a humble size, but Bhutan is graduating from LDC status in December 2023 as a significant milestone for Bhutan, as it reflects the country's progress in terms of economic development and human well-being. Bhutan's graduation from LDC status is a testament to its effort to improve living standards, reduce poverty, and promote sustainable development. However, we believe in big ideas and sustainable social economic development. We are very well aware of the importance and collaboration and regional cooperation holds. Bhutan's engagement with regional economic bloc like the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, and the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, that's BIMSTEC, allow it to harness the benefit of collaboration to address challenges and pursue mutual development with different nations. Our cherished gross national happiness philosophy has taught us that collective well-being and cooperation are essential for holistic progress. In the same spirit, we advocate for an Indo-Pacific region where every nation, regardless of size and structure, work hand in hand for the greater good. Ladies and gentlemen, our economy, destiny are interconnected more than ever before. It is through strategic partnership that we can navigate the complexity of our times. Trade, investment, and technology exchange are the pillars that uphold the network of economic growth. We must foster an environment that encourages the free flow of goods, capital, and ideas, creating a synergy that propels up towards common prosperity. Indian Pacific region is not without its complexity, but therein lies its potential for transformation. Indian Pacific faces opportunity and challenges in new policy alignment and our trade, global value chain, integration, and economic cooperation. We must address differences through dialogue and diplomacy, seeking solutions that safeguard the interests of all nations involved. Indo-Pacific has a high stake in a new supply chain-led connectivity project. Restructuring and understanding and preparing for connected Indo-Pacific will ensure stable and inclusive growth in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember that history has shown us the remarkable outcome that collaboration can achieve. The Indian Pacific region has the opportunity to script a narrative of unity, growth, and shared prosperity. As we forge ahead, let us stand together, shoulder to shoulder, as a beacon of hope and progress of the world. As we make a common pledge to trade together to build platform from COVID-19 triggered economic damages through regional cooperation and integration, I wish to emphasize on dimension that a study and report available in the public domain have underlined for sustainable inclusive development, and these are the promoting trade and investment, building connectivity infrastructure, improving people's mobility, strengthening provision of regional public goods. These dimensions offer diverse and inclusive ingredient for this conclave to delve into that. I hope the panel session that would have dissect it and drive deeper to the end come out with workable. In conclusion, I believe that Indian economy conclave serves as an idea platform to reaffirm our commitment to collaboration and regional cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Let us strive together, common goal that uplift the economy, strengthen our board, and pave the way for the brighter future. I express my gratitude for this opportunity and look forward to the fruitful discussion that will shape our collective journey. And regarding the initiative that the Bengal Chamber proposed for Indo-Pacific Association, I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was that's the one that we were looking for, Mr. Wangchuk. Thank you very much. I mean, you mentioned Bhutan is of humble size, doesn't matter, because as I mentioned, GDP is not an issue, GVA is the issue. So your value addition to the world is significant. So that matters. So should we, and you are in agreement in the AIPCC concept, that's fine. Should we now move to Mr. Sanada Jetro?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm UG Sanada, Deputy Director General of Jetro New Delhi. I will focus on explain, possibility of our collaboration. But before that, I need to explain Japanese companies' situation in India. So, according to a survey by the Embassy of Japan in India and JETRO, the number of Japanese companies in India decreased for 2 consecutive years to 1,400, down 30 companies from the previous year, while the number of bases increased to 4,900. By state, Japanese companies are concentrated in Haryana, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Delhi, Rajasthan, and Gujarat in the order. About half of these companies are manufacturers, but recently the retail and food service sectors, including Uniqlo, Daiso, Kokoichiban, Uji, and Japanese style hubs, have been gradually increasing. According to JETRO's annual survey of Japanese companies operating overseas conducted last year, around 73% of Japanese companies in India said that they expected to expand their businesses in the next 1 to 2 years. It was the highest percentage in the world. In addition, 72% of Japanese companies in India answered that they expect their operating profit to be in the black. Although it has been said that it takes 10 years to turn a profit in India. The number of Japanese companies in India has been slightly decreasing for 2 consecutive years after peaking at 1,455 in 2020. But the number of companies is expected to grow in the future as investment consultation with JETRO are increasing. The survey also addressed management issues. The common management issues across all regions and industries in Asia and Oceania were rising employee wages, followed by rising procurement costs and exchange rate fluctuation. On the other hand, rising employee wages and rising procurement costs were ranked high in India as well, but complicated procedure of custom clearance and tax burden also ranked high as unique issues in India. Japan Chamber of Commerce and Industry in India, JCCII, in cooperation with the Embassy of Japan in India and JETRO, annually complies requests from Japanese companies in India to the Indian government to improve the business development and submit proposals to DPIIT. JETRO complies the proposals as Secretariat Business Environment Enhancement Committee in JCCII. 70 proposals were submitted last fiscal year, and approximately 85 proposals are scheduled for submission this fiscal year, including continuing proposals. The proposal includes GST taxation on the reimbursement of salaries of Japanese expatriates, infrastructure development, revision of corporate tax rate for foreign banks, early conclusion of joint credit mechanism between Japan and India, unification of content of certificate of origin to be submitted at the time of import using the Japan-India SEPA. Improvement of Bureau of Indian Standards is processes, and expediting of patent examinations, etc. DPIIT will comply the responses from the competent ministries and agencies and submit a written response to JCCII. While the ministries and agencies of India, each committee of JCCII and individual company will hold individual discussion to resolve the issues. In addition, since last year, the fast track mechanism (FTM) have been established under the India-Japan Industrial Competitiveness Partnership between the Japan Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry and the Indian Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Under the FTM, on the Indian side, we can discuss the main issues in the proposals from JCCII with the government of India. JETRO will continue to support exports and investment by Japanese companies to India using our existing services. And we'll also work with the Embassy of Japan in India and JCCII to resolve issues faced by Japanese companies in India. If companies from other countries have same issues as Japanese companies in India, we may be able to work together to appeal to the Indian government to improve the business environment. So we sometimes share the issues that each company faces and what we are doing to resolve with Kotora-san. In addition, JETRO is open to supporting Japanese companies partnering with companies from other countries to enter the Indian market or to expand their business in India in cooperation with Chamber of Commerce or government agencies from other countries. For example, TAITORA, Taiwan External Trade Development Council, and JETRO held a webinar in May to introduce Taiwanese companies interested in Indian markets to Japanese companies to promote their collaboration. Okay, that's all from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sanada. Thank you. So you are in agreement with the concept of an AIPCC. Fine. So noted that down. May I now move to Mr. Park Otra.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Byung-Guk Park. I'm from Korea Trade Office. Distinguished attendees, esteemed leaders in the industry, ladies and gentlemen. Participating in this session of Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave is a privilege. The Indo-Pacific region has emerged as a central hub for global economic expansion, trade, and strategic alliances. In this ever-evolving environment, India and South Korea share common strategic goals, and we are firmly committed to bolstering our collaboration and regional cooperation to achieve these shared objectives. Our two nations are dedicated to deepening our involvement in the Indo-Pacific, guided by a collective vision aimed at nurturing a sustainable platform for cross-border economic opportunities, expanded market access, and enhanced cooperation. In December 2022, South Korea unveiled its ambitious Indo-Pacific strategy, marking a significant milestone in its regional engagement. Specifically, within South Asia, South Korea places considerable importance on strengthening its special strategic partnership with India, recognizing India's immense growth potential, characterized by having the world's largest population. Key comments of this bilateral relationship include high-level exchanges and cooperation under the South Korea-India Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA. Through these initiatives, India and Korea are actively working to elevate CEPA to a cornerstone of our collaboration, promoting economic growth and improving connectivity. Over the past decade, the bilateral relationship between India and South Korea has seen remarkable growth, particularly in the realm of trade and economic cooperation. Trade between our two nations consistently surpassed the $20 billion mark, reflecting a deepening economic integration. In 2021, the value of bilateral trade between the two countries stood at $23.7 billion. And in 2022, bilateral trade between India and Korea surged by 17.3% to reach $27.8 billion. In our pursuit of collaboration and regional cooperation, India and South Korea can focus on several critical aspects that hold the potential to reshape the Indo-Pacific landscape. First, streamlining cargo shipment and logistics. Enhancing cargo shipment and logistics infrastructure is of paramount importance for facilitating seamless trade and improved connectivity. Investment in this sector can increase supply chain efficiency and reduce transportation costs, ultimately fostering economic growth in the region. Second, advancing supply chain integration. India and South Korea can strive for deeper supply chain integration within the Indo-Pacific. By aligning their manufacturing and production facilities, both nations can contribute to the development of a regional value chain, enhancing competitiveness and resilience. Third, energy and infrastructure development. Concentrating on the energy sector and infrastructure development can have a transformative impact on the region. Collaboration in areas like renewable energy and sustainable infrastructure projects can drive economic development while addressing environmental concerns. Fourth, collaboration in India's cold storage sector. Collaborating to improve India's cold storage sector can significantly reduce agricultural wastage, contributing to food security and sustainability. Moreover, to enhance business alignment and attract investment opportunities, it is crucial to streamline customs clearance procedure in Eastern India. Additionally, offering more incentives for investment can greatly encourage Korean companies to invest in India, particularly in Eastern region. Furthermore, the development of a superior port facility and infrastructure project will play a pivotal role in expediting progress in this area. India and South Korea's unwavering commitment to collaboration and regional cooperation in the Indo-Pacific exemplifies the evolving dynamics of the global landscape. As both nations work toward common objectives, we have the opportunity to lay the groundwork for a more interconnected, prosperous, and secure Indo-Pacific region. By concentrating on key sectors, fostering business B2B partnerships, and aligning our strategies, India and South Korea can have the potential to assume pivotal roles in shaping the future of the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Park. But broadly from what you said, I understand that you would be in agreement with the formation of such association because you feel this kind of AIPCC association is possibly essential. Okay, so I consider that you agree. And also drawing your attention to the book that Bengal Chamber and Inturi published, we had a special section on the Korean trade, the Indo-Pacific trade that's happening with Korea. Maybe you can just go through it and let us know that whether you find that in order or not. Thank you very much. So I'm considering you also have you are more or less in line with the formation of this AIPCC. With that, I move to Mr. Kodamal.
You mentioned cold storage, right? Thank you.
Moving to Mr. Kodamal, co-chair ASEAN, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of BCC, distinguished guests and personalities who are here today. It's a great honor to be here with you all to share my views on the special subject of Indo-Pacific Chambers networking. I come from the ASEAN India Business Council for Malaysia, being the co-chair for ASEAN. And I think, from my views, ASEAN is a very important partner to India. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the slogan of a G20. The world is ours together. And if you look at it, ASEAN is the neighbor of India. And we share the same borders and our culture, which we've been having for centuries. We are not talking about trade or business or knowing each other now. We have known each other for thousands of years. In fact, if you look at it, this wonderful place, Kolkata, when East India Company was trading, it was trading in places like Singapore, Malaysia, and Atlanta. So, we have got a history behind us. While having said that, what is it that we are lacking, that we are still not moving forward? You can look around the whole world, but there's nothing better than your neighbors. ASEAN has got a population of 650 million. India has got a population of 1.6 billion. We just imagine, you compare these numbers together, we have got about 2.3 billion people, and yet we see there are some areas which we are not looking at and we are not moving forward. ASEAN became a dialogue partner with India 30 years ago. Now it's a strategic partner. 12 years ago, India's trade, bilateral trade with ASEAN was 13 million. Today it's 150 billion. From 13 billion to 150 billion, it's progress, but it is not enough. If you look at the Indian diaspora, you can compare with the figures in America, with 4 million over people there, but if you take it within ASEAN, we too are close or little above 4 million. So this clearly proves that we have got our roots, we have got our connection, we know each other very well, but I'll come back to the point again. What now? How are we going to move forward? We have been talking of India's GDP growing. India will become the 5th largest GDP in the world in due course. These are all wonderful things for us. So what is more important? With India's growth, how can India and ASEAN benefit from each other? Let's go through that, which is very important. We have been having the ASEAN-India FTA, which was signed 12 years ago, and up to now we have not reviewed it. My dear Secretary from the Chamber did mention that the chambers can use their connection or help to get things sorted out. Even negotiating at the tables with ministers, it has taken us 12 years, and now we have got the news that FTA will be only reviewed in 2025. So there are some things which we must understand. While the business community, while the chambers, because I link with most of the chambers in India and in ASEAN, while the chambers are putting their effort forward to see that things move, we still need to see how it's going to be done. We all working with the chambers, we also have got our different views. If the chambers in India today, if you go to it throughout India, you have got 29 states and 29 different states. You have got 29 different chambers. 29 different chambers have got 29 different opinions. Even in chamber, I was telling the minister that can all the Indian chambers collectively come under one body? I think now 4 or 5 of them have already come close. They have a dialogue together and they're moving forward, which is very encouraging. If this happens also on the ASEAN side, we can collectively take this agenda forward. Now, what do we need? That's the question. I think there are a lot of pillars which we have been talking about. We have been talking about the growth in various areas. But what I personally feel, that if we need to grow further, we need to support 3 pillars. The first pillar is SMEs, because we have 97% of the businesses within ASEAN and India who are SMEs. We have to look into that. We have to support the youth to take them forward. We can all have contacts. Today we have come here, we have met a lot of people, we have exchanged our cards, we have said hi and we'll say bye and go back. But where is the connection? We have to create the connection, not only the contact. This is what the chambers have to work towards seeing. How do we get the connection with SMEs within ASEAN and India, where from the roots the businesses can help us? We must also see, India has already come, they are passing a bill to support the women. We also have to see in ASEAN how we can get the women wings involved with the Indian women here. Because I see from my side, I've been in business for the last 50 years, I see within the next 20 to 25 years, the woman will be playing a very important role, leading companies and doing businesses and moving forward. We must take this effort through the chamber movement to see how we can get into it. The other thing is connectivity. We are talking of connectivity, it's so near within ASEAN and India, yet we are not working towards it. You still can't get a flight from Philippines to come directly to India. You have to take a flight from Philippines to Hong Kong or Singapore to reach India. Why? We should all work together. We should say that we need connectivity from every city in ASEAN to every city in India, and that we are achieving a goal because we are neighbors. I fly down from Kuala Lumpur to Kolkata, it takes me 3.5 hours. If you fly down from Chennai to Delhi, it takes you 3.5 hours. So basically speaking, we should all work together to see that this connectivity must take place. I also believe that we need few other things which we have to do. We were talking today about our currency. Malaysia and India tied up the currency exchange program. And up till today, nothing has moved. Why? Who is keeping quiet? I hope I can meet the RBI governor tomorrow to have a word with him on this. Because I think it's no point doing something and we don't follow up on it. I think following up by the chambers is very important. There's no point telling what we can do. We can do a lot of things. But what have we done, have not moved forward? Can we look at that? I think that is more important. Let's dig up and see what have we discussed earlier that we can dig up from our books to say this we have discussed earlier and still has not been done. We come to conferences, we come to seminars, we talk of the same things which were discussed 10 years ago. But everyone thinks it's new. No, there are a lot of things which we have talked earlier. So I personally feel from ASEAN India Business Council representing Malaysia and also the ASEAN countries, the chamber movement should all collectively work together, should come to a point, and I think if all the chambers in India can have a quarterly meeting or half-yearly meeting, invite the chambers from ASEAN, only the chambers movement can discuss issues and then press up to the government that this is what we need. With that, I thank once again BCC, and before I end, I would like to pay my salutations and tribute to the past presidents who have built this wonderful chamber which is 200 years old. It's not because of them we won't be here today. To all the past presidents, may God bless them, and to the future presidents, please lead the chamber to more success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kodammal. Taking a note of your point that how do we reconcile between the divergent views of the chamber, and that's a very important point. And this also, of course, what Bengal Chamber has come out is not the formation of a new chamber, but an association of the chambers in whatever term. But I also like to another point where you appreciated Kolkata. So maybe because of our proximity to the ASEAN countries, taking a cue from the morning discussion, we can also raise from Kolkata our small hand to stake our claim for the financial hub, which was proposed in the morning to go to some other city, but maybe we can also raise our small hand for taking the claim.
Sir, on behalf of AIBC, I'm the co-chair for the ASEAN side. We would like to sign an MOU with the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and also for the National Chamber of Commerce, Malaysia. We'll work on that.
Sure, thank you very much. Before I go to this side of the table, I was told that there is a video address of about 2 minutes from the President, Thailand India Business Council. She is waiting for you to be played. Should we do that now? Where will the video? How will this?
Is it ready?
How will that? Should we then finish the other speakers and then come to the video? Okay, fine. As I can't see all the names, so I will go by the name in the order that's given to me here, so that I don't miss out any chambers. So may I now request Miss Carrie Arun, Principal Commercial Officer, responsible for sharing her views.
Great. Hello. Can you guys hear me okay? So I'm, as you mentioned, Carrie Arun. I'm the Principal Commercial Officer at our U.S. Consulate General in Chennai, but today I'm representing the larger mission India. I'm with the U.S. Department of Commerce for the Trade and Investment Agency for the United States government. Consul General Pavic made a number of wonderful remarks and discussed our programs and partnerships under IPEF, the Quad, ISET, a number of things this morning, so I'm not going to rehash those. I would say that we welcome industry working together to resolve challenges that are faced by business. And so in that regard, we work with each of your chambers of industry in whatever country you're representing already. And so I can't say on behalf of the US government that we agree with the formation of a chamber, but I think it's warranted and I think it's a great idea in my personal opinion. So if that's okay. Because really the best scenario for trade and investment is one where governments don't need to get involved. When industry can work industry to industry or industry to government, that's the perfect scenario, right? Because then you don't need us, which means everything's working well and everything is working as well as it can be. In that regard, you know, we work, in particular here in India, we work to bring U.S. industry to the market. We help bring technology, expertise, and know-how from the United States to help India and other countries achieve their overarching goals. We help Indian companies expand their businesses. We help them connect with business in the United States. We also help them invest in the United States and connect with other markets around the world. We strongly believe that trade is cyclical. Trade begets trade, so that the more we do in India or Vietnam or Bhutan, or any of the countries that are part of the Indo-Pacific, the better it will be for the region as a whole. So, you know, we really work to promote clean energy. We want to ensure that the region has access to all of the different types of technologies. We also want to support minority in business, including women-owned businesses and opportunities. We're looking for a number of ways to promote those opportunities. In particular, here in India, we're bringing a delegation of energy and, you want me to use that one? We're bringing a delegation of environmental technology and energy companies here in March. It was announced, that was announced a couple of months ago when our Secretary, Gina Raimondo, was here. We are also supporting workforce development and workforce training in addition to higher education to help close the skilling gap. We have a trade mission coming of a number of U.S. universities. They'll visit South India. This is a follow-on activity from a large trade mission that we brought from the United States of U.S. Universities last September. That'll be in February. We're constantly taking delegations of Indian companies and companies from Vietnam and companies from Japan, really around the world, every country in the Indo-Pacific, to trade shows, not just in the United States, but regional trade shows where they can gain access to cutting edge leading technology that'll help with their transformations and help their independent countries meet their longer term goals. So, you know, we can be a partner and a convener for the new Association of Chambers. We'd be happy to support that chamber. We'd be happy to support any of the individual chambers that are here today. If you don't know who the U.S. Department of Commerce representative is at your mission in your particular country, feel free to contact me and we'd be happy to work with you to help you gain access to those folks, those resources and tools. And I know we're short on time, so I don't want to go too far, but you know, we want to help everyone achieve the larger goals and support in this transition as we promote the economic framework under IPAC.
Thank
So
you.
I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Carrie. No, that's really a big assuring thing that you are in principle supporting and you are extending your hand. I mean, though you were leaving for the Indo-Pacific, all that AIPCC for their self-determination, but you are also extending your hand for their support. Now, one point which you mentioned that is very essential, we haven't heard much about that in the morning also. There is a lack of an educational equilibrium in the Indo-Pacific because the degree, there's a huge variation in the kind of, and their US participation to really bring the education level at an uniform level and equilibrium in the Indo-Pacific will be very important. So, yeah, the American also, like the US, they extend their support. Thanks.
So we're working on workforce development, skilling, not just in here in India, but around the world. And some of that is simply through educational partnerships, but it's also some of that will be based on some of the models that we use in the United States for post-secondary education, which includes colleges and technical training and apprenticeship programs. And so we're really looking to see how we can bring some of that knowledge and know-how to the region to improve the workforce development so we can support advanced manufacturing and technology here in the region as a whole.
Yeah. I mean, just one point here. I mean, though many of us, and it's happening in India, many of us are Indians, but at this point, the centrality of the theme is not only nothing to do with the India, but it's the region as a whole. So therefore, how much of trade India is making, of course, that comes as an important part to all of us here. But the centrality of the theme is more the regional development of the Indo-Pacific. Thanks very much. With this, may I now go to Mr. Andali Pilias, Deputy High Commissioner for the Bangladesh. So much. First of all, thank you so much for having me here.
a great honor. I've been here before and always I'm very happy to be here. I know that a lot of stuff has been going on. Colleagues prepared a speech for me. I'm not doing it back. Just a couple of quick points. One is, unlike the chambers here, basically we will that is understand. So our points will be slightly different from we will. That's my job here to tell what my government does, what my government wants, and how we can support. That's the most important. How government can support. In this region, we see the basic problem about trade is the lack of harmony in the different systems. So we were talking about the office. We were talking about how paperless transactions, movement of products, trade facilitation that can take place. So this is one area that Bangladesh government is focused on at this moment. How to smooth this cross-border trading, particularly with India. Because we have, with India, we have a huge amount of trade, mostly import. How we can facilitate that, and on that issue, Bangladesh government has done a lot of efforts. I'll just plug it here because I had a detailed speech on what we have done to make this. The issue that came up regularly during this discussion was the collaborations between among the chambers. If you ask me directly, because Mr. Rashtrapati are clearly seeking opinion on this AI BCC, I'll not make any comments here because Bangladesh government, to be honest with you, Bangladesh government does not have that. We are not supposed to do this comment. My business sector colleagues are here. It's absolutely their fault. But whatever my colleagues from the business sector of Bangladesh decide, the government always stands with them. So that's what I will say, that whatever my colleagues decide, we will never create an obstacle. Of course, we will not create an obstacle. Rather, we will try to facilitate in whichever way we can. Well, personally speaking, now not from the government angle. Personally speaking, I think that I fully agree with Mr. Ghosh about many things can be solved among the business people, among the chambers, without interference, without stepping in of the government. In that context, this kind of associations may be helpful. But again, it's absolutely personal view. Please don't take it from the GOV view, from the government of Bangladesh view. A very simplistic example. Maybe again, a very simplistic hypothetical example I'm giving here. Maybe I want to export something to India, one of Bangladeshi products, product X. We export it for a couple of years. We see it's good opportunity. Then we get slapped by anti-dumping by the government, right? And the duty is imposed by the government, not by the chamber. But why is the Indian government, again a hypothetical example, and I'm sure it's true for everyone here, why is the Indian government slapping that anti-dumping duty? Because it was proposed to them by the chamber. It was proposed to them by the business people of India. But look, this is creating problem for us. Please slap anti-dumping duty. So government does these things at the advice of the chambers. So when the two chambers of India and Bangladesh that deal with that particular product, that have business people, members who deal with that product, they can discuss among themselves and they can sort it out. Then government does not need to intervene. Government does not need to provide slap that anti-dumping duty. That is why you always say, please talk among yourselves so that we don't become the bad ones. That's very important. From that angle, from personal experience, I would say, yes, these kind of associations are always good. But will it be useful? Will it be effective? That I do not know. We have South Chamber. Is that strongly effective? I do not know. We know what's happening in South. We have BIMSTEC chamber now. BIMSTEC chamber now, everyone is promoting BIMSTEC chamber. Thailand is doing a lot of things with BIMSTEC now. The next summit is in Thailand, right? BIMSTEC next summit is in Thailand. Right. So Thailand is now promoting strongly BIMSTEC chamber. We are also involved in Bangladesh, strongly involved in BIMSTEC. At the end of the day, even if we look at BIMSTEC, how it evolved, how it started and why it is now. So this is a very uncertain chart path that we are taking. From that angle, we have to be more cautious, and we have to be, we have to give it more deeper thought probably about we launch something and then just a part of that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Andalip. No, we fully respect your government's view, so that's absolutely fine. And even a counter view is also required, to really dissect the subject. So that's absolutely very nice of you. May I then call from the Bangladesh from just keeping the continuity to Mr. Omar Hazard, Chittagong Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Mbarish. I'd like to thank the Bengal Chamber for hosting such an august occasion. And I'd like to thank everyone present here. So, from the perspective of Chittagong Chamber of Commerce, I don't think it's a question of do we support this proposition of creating a Indo-Pacific Chamber Network Association. It's more like when are we starting? I think it's a much avoided proposition, which is very appropriate for the geopolitical and economical stance the world is in right now. What I'd like to say is all the chambers involved should be in the board and should have active participations. And beside that, there should also be committees that now we can use the modern technology where we can meet from our own countries and discuss about the various customs issues, tariff issues. And like, I would like to agree with Dr. Ramesh, what he said about we have many times chambers, we go to companies, we meet, and after we meet, we get the context that there is a connection. So this forum that you are proposing, I think it can play a very crucial role in maintaining that connection and creating a forum where these associations of from me representing Chittagong and there are various people, individuals representing different countries and different cities, where we can continue the dialogue and keep pursuing our individual issues. I would have. I also had a speech prepared, but I've seen the what you're actually looking for. I'd rather go directly into the meat of it. Chittagong and Bangladesh, our position right now, we are at almost like at a crossroads. Chittagong itself, we're trying to transition to become a transshipment hub. We're building new ports, new tunnels, new economic zones. I believe Chittagong Chamber and Chittagong in general can play a vital role in the subcontinental and the Indo-Pacific region. I'd like to again thank you, Bengal Chamber, for hosting such a appropriate event, and I'd like to put forward the entire support of my board and myself and the Chittagong Chamber and the businessmen. And once again, thank you. Thank you so much.
So nice. So nice. Really nice of you. And in fact, Bengal Chamber worked for a while. If you may remember, the Rashtriya Code and the connectivity to the Rashtriya Code, the accessibility of that of the Rashtriya Code. I think from this week, the regular service between Calcutta, Chittagong, Mongda, and then on.
Yeah, I didn't want to, since I've seen, let's not talk about, we're just hosting this in India, but this is about Indo-Pacific. So I didn't really want to get into those.
Right. Very right.
Yeah, we have a lot of things coming up, and thank you. Looking forward to more cooperation in the future. Thank you.
To stay
within Bangladesh now, I'll just go down to Mr. Nurul Kabir, the FICI, Bangladesh FICI. Thank you very much, Honorable President of Bengal Chamber, Moderator, Director General, all the participants from different chambers from different countries. I think it's a very important discussion session today, as the beginning moderator has given the purpose of 10 purpose that you are expecting from this meeting, where some of them are very crucial. And you see, in this open world, more and more we are going to the technological developments and others. It's an inclusiveness is very important. And collaboration is also essential, because we should not go for reinvent the wheel or something like that. But in previous time, as we have seen, that a lot of collaboration and regional corporations has been established, like SARC Chamber and the BIMSTEC and the other, as I can see, other also few collaboration between India and other countries. My only concern that before going to the large network, we have to do some gap analysis. We have to do some research, and what are the challenges, anticipating the challenges, because sustainability important. We have seen in the past a lot of chambers, a lot of collaboration, a lot of association has been formed, but ultimately these all are in the table, not in action. So I really appreciate the initiative of Bengal Chamber initiating such a wonderful network proposal and charter and some your position paper. I have a little time to snapshot this, but my suggestion is that there should be a complete research and gap analysis and need analysis, so that every chamber can have their own challenges and opportunities which can address. Then it will be more effective and beneficial. In that perspective, we feel that it is important to have a bigger cooperation. But Foreign Investor Chamber of Commerce in Bangladesh, is a very premier chamber in Bangladesh. 60 years we are celebrating this year, and we are inviting you all to join in the 8th of November. Our Honorable Prime Minister will inaugurate that. And we have 21 sectors. And our investors are coming from 35 nations. And Bangladesh, the 80 to 85% foreign investors are our members. So this chamber is really very important, and many of your company in India, they are also member of FICI. And in India, FICI is different in like federation. In our country is a BCC&I. So from the FICI Chamber Board of Directors, I convey the congratulations to Bengal Chamber for inviting us, and there are a lot of room for collaboration to work together. And let us actually set that it is a stepping stone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Kabir. The point that you brought out, firstly, appreciate your support. And secondly, the research, the importance of the research, which was very much highlighted in the morning as well as in the document. Because this is a facilitating and advocacy body. And this has to be well backed with research. Various aspects of primary, secondary, quantitative, qualitative research, so that the advocacy is strong.
If you allow me, in 2 years before, or 1.5 years before, we did a research for Bangladesh Vision for 2041 has been given by the government that developed countries. But from the chamber, we developed a research finding what are the growth driver for 2041. Then we find out that agriculture or agribusiness, digital economy, and green finance. In digital economy, the best practices we found in India. For agriculture, we found in Vietnam, and green finance from China. And this has been an instrumental for the advocacy. So the chamber typically doing something, but we are also doing some research work for advocacy. And this year, we are also going to unveil our 60th year celebration, conducive taxation environment for FDI. That is one of the very challenging area where we like to actually raise the issue to all the stakeholders, the tax GDP ratio, how it can increase. It's not that we are loving, but we are helping government how they can expand their tax GDP ratio and others, and at the same time, how business community can grow, government revenue can grow, and people can also get better service and support. That is important, not to collect the revenue.
Commendable. Thank you very much. Should we now go to Mr. Eshwar Raj Pudel, Consul General, Nepal? Okay, then to the Nepal representative, I have here Mrs. Vijana Rana, President, Nepal Indian Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, my sincere gratitude to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me here as a president of the Nepal Indian Chamber of Commerce in Nepal for the 6th edition of BCC&I India Economic Conclave 2023, and I think the annual general meeting also. Nepal has international trade with 150 plus countries across the globe, accounting to $13.63 billion US in the fiscal year 2022-2023. Our fiscal year is mid-July to mid-July the next year. So however, Nepal's trade with India accounts almost 2/3 international trade in terms of import and export, total being $8.74 billion US during the period. So what I'm going to do is I would like to put forward few of the issues that is there and also few of the suggestions. As we all know that the common thread identified in Southeast Asia and Asia, collaborative work is a collaborative work. And regarding Nepal, she is a landlocked country, so the northern border in Nepal is extremely remote for third country trade. We are largely dependent on the transit routes through Indian territory, Kolkata, Haldia, and Visakhapatnam, and only 11% third country Indian 11% of third country trade was done through the international airport of Nepal. So you can see how much we are dependent on this, and because our air connectivity, the air trade is very, very less in one. So now the Birganj and Biratnagar ICPs of India has been connected with Indian network. However, the main company Biratnagar ICP has been inaugurated in a couple of weeks. So coming to the common thread identified in Southeast Asia and Asia Oceania, like cargo shipment, infra and logistic issues, supply chain issues in the region, integration of regional value chains, visa rules, seamless movement of goods, service and labors, etc. A collaborative work, these can be established to foster a viable and sustainability ecosystem for cross-border income generation, market access, and for aiding greater cooperation between India and the Indo-Pacific region. Now, compared to the Western European and other developed parts of the world, I think there are infrastructure gaps across Southeast Asia and Asia Oceania. Inadequate infrastructure in terms of roads, ports, and airports remain a significant challenge, thereby hindering the economic potential of the region. We talked about the connectivity, which is still a very big issue in our region. Secondly, due to the above reasons, there are logistic inefficiencies such as congestion at ports and cumbersome custom procedures lead to delays and increased cost of businesses. These issues can deter foreign investment and hamper regional trade growth. forgive me for having too many grievances, but sometimes I feel it's so important that we talk about the issues rather than just thinking of the bigger picture. Now, thirdly, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed vulnerabilities in global and regional supply chain. The over-reliance on specific suppliers and distribution network demonstrated the need for diversification and increased resilience in supply chain management. Fourthly, many countries aspire to become more integrated into regional and global value chains, as this can drive economic growth and enhance competitiveness. However, this requires addressing barriers and promoting collaboration. Fifth, complex visa regulation and labor restriction can inhibit the movement of skilled and unskilled laborers, limiting businesses access to the workforce, the need for growth and innovation. Six, there is monetary barriers, protectionist policies, and disputes can disrupt cross-border trade and investment, undermining the potential for mutual beneficial economic cooperation. Last but not the least, growing environmental concerns such as climate change and sustainability are affecting trade practices and regulations, necessitating adjustment in production and supply chain strategies. Now, the suggestion that I would like to put forward, I think the following potential collaborative efforts to foster sustainable ecosystem is infrastructure development, collaboration on large-scale infrastructure projects such as transportation networks and energy facilities can address common infrastructure gap and improve connectivity within the region. Initiatives like the Infrastructure Investment Bank can facilitate financing for such projects. Trade agreement, expanding and simplifying trade agreements among countries in the region can significantly reduce trade barriers and promote economic integration. Initiatives like the Regional Coorperation Economic Partnership provide a framework for this. Customs and regulatory harmonization, streamlining customs procedures, harmonizing regulations, and implementing common standards can reduce the time and cost associated with cross-border trade. Supply chain flexibility, collaborative efforts can focus on enhancing supply chain flexibility, including diversifying suppliers, sharing best practices for disaster preparedness, and coordinating stockpiling of essential goods. Labor mobility, bilateral agreement on labor mobility can address labor shortage and skill gaps in rural sector, facilitating cross-border labor migration for mutual benefit. Digital integration, promote digitalization and e-commerce initiatives to facilitate the movement of goods and services across borders, reducing paperwork and administrative burdens. Environmental cooperation, joint efforts to address environmental concerns and promote sustainable practices to enhance the region's reputation as a responsible and eco-friendly trading partners. This can include technology sharing, renewable energy projects, and emissions reduction target, people-to-people contact, encourage cultural exchange, education programs, and tourism to promote greater understanding and cooperation among nations, fostering a sense of regional identity and unity. Research and innovation. Collaboration in research and innovation initiatives can drive economic growth and technology advancement within the region, supporting the development of high-value industries. Regional organizations, engaging and leveraging regional organizations such as the ASEAN, APEC, and IRA can provide platform for economic cooperation, policy dialogues, and development assistance. Disaster preparedness and response, collaborate and disaster management and relief efforts, including early warning system and joint response teams to minimize the impact and natural disasters of the regional economies. So in conclusion, addressing these challenges and fostering cooperation in these critical areas will be instrumental in creating a favorable environment for cross-border trade, investment, and economic growth in the Indo-Pacific region. These collaborative efforts not only benefit individual nations but also promote regional stability, prosperity, and development of a sustainable and resilient ecosystem for the long-term success. Now, coming to AIPCC, of course, this is going to be a wonderful platform for growth in trade, tourism, agriculture, where there's become a problem with food scarcity, climate change, gender. We all talked about that, but then always the challenge is the implementation and results. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to put forward my points. Thank you very much.
It's quite comprehensive. I mean, you actually gave a lot of thoughts for the AIPCC when actually if they eventually come up. So thank you very much. But in a sense, I consider that you feel that such association should come up. So that's the time. May I now go to Mr. Indranil Sengupta, Chairman, IBC Vietnam, in Cham.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be part of this, August gathering of very distinguished business leaders from Indo-Pacific region. And thanks to both Ministry of External Affairs and Bangalore Chamber of Commerce and Industries to create this platform where we are having some meaningful interaction. The best part of speaking for them is most of the points are covered, so you have to speak less. However, let me start a little bit from where I come from, which is from Vietnam. 6 years back when I moved to Vietnam, there was complete lack of awareness about that country. Now it's much better. So my very concerned relatives used to ask me, how is the war going on? Things like that. It is very hard. I have to take some time to explain to them there's no war going on. And US and Vietnam are best of friends. And in fact, there are 2 countries. Vietnam has signed comprehensive strategic partnership, and one is US and another being India, and there are 2 other countries. And there's a book which I strongly recommend, for many people to read. It's called Nothing is Impossible, Reconciliation between US and Vietnam. It's written by my good friend and erstwhile US Ambassador Terosius, who is also now the CEO of US ASEAN Business Council, right? Now, Vietnam, geographically, is located on the western border. You have Laos, Cambodia. On the northern border, you have China, and on the eastern border, you have the East Sea. Please note, I'm using the word East Sea and calling it by no other name. Well, it has, also some of my friends in India. Very well political relationship and historical relationship with Vietnam. In fact, you'll be amazed to know there are many statues and parks of 2 foreign leaders in the entire Vietnam. One is Lenin, another one is Mr. Indira Gandhi. There are no other statues and parks named after any other foreign leaders. However, economic ties did not reach the potential of the political relationship between the 2 countries. So to talk about Vietnam, it's 100 million people, very young population, affordably mobile with a lot of disposable income, growing disposable income. And because of the young age, it's a very resilient and hardworking nation, and a lot of good policies were made over the last maybe 15 years, and a lot of good reforms have been made, and it has become the sort of export hub in among many investors, especially with the China Plus One strategy for many MNCs. Why? Because there are 2 things which Vietnam did very well. One was, it is a signatory to the most number of FTAs in that region apart from Singapore. And since Singapore does not really encourage non-high-tech manufacturing, so Vietnam became the obvious choice with so many FTAs for the SMEs and the MSMEs. And also some of the big investors, especially in the area of energy and your agro and even electronics. I mean, Samsung has the biggest factory outside Korea in Vietnam. That's the one thing. And the second thing which was done very well is the whole development strategy of industrial parks and industrial zones, which are privately developed both by international investors as well as local investors. So for an SME, and it has the authority to give all the approvals. So for SME, it's not like almost like a plug and play. You decide and you choose the industrial park. There are almost not in 850 industrial parks. You choose the park depending on raw material cost and your supply chain cost, and just go and pay your lease rentals, and you can put it up your factory in 3 months' time. So this too has been the main levers how the government of Vietnam attracted so much of FDIs, both in SMEs and also in the bigger industries. There are also some other things that I don't think that those are very important that a lot of other countries have done. There are fiscal incentives to attract FDIs. And because the domestic population is only 100 million, so it cannot really cater to big industries just depending on the domestic consumption. So government was very clear from whenever they wanted to go for the reforms that this should be a hub for exports. And people from all over the world sets up their manufacturing units for the purpose of exports. And because of the FTAs they have signed, the cost of delivery becomes competitive. So that's what it's about Vietnam. Now coming back to the topic of the day today, which I agree with Dato, because Dato and myself, we also sit on the same AIBC, and this is something, the issues you raised are very relevant. But I'm happy to say one thing in your objectives. The objective of this association, or AIPC, it doesn't go, you find ways B2B now, not B2G. So we are really confining this to B2B. I think it's very, very easy to perform both the objectives and the missions which you have enlisted. Because as soon as it comes to, let's say, trade agreements and things like that, it just drags on. And, we try to focus more on B2B and some of the things which you can do without the advocacy, government advocacy part. And from support this initiative, we can sharpen our, the objectives more, add a few more things like that. But we are completely on board and we will support to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Indo. Thank you very much. We come to the last, Mr. Singh Zeng, Director, Taipei World Trade Center, Liaison Office in Kolkata.
Hello, I'm Singh Zeng, representing Taiwan World Trade Center in Kolkata. Firstly, I will share some bilateral trade figures in 2022. Trade between India and Taiwan, we reached a record $8.4 billion. India is Taiwan's 70th largest trading partner. And currently, the key imports from Taiwan to India, including automotive, machinery and its components, IT products, electronic, chemical raw material, and high-quality textile materials. The primary items exported from India to Taiwan, including naphtha, metals, chemicals, and agricultural products. Then I will bring up 5 points to this meeting. In the face of the rapidly changed geopolitical and economic landscape, many Taiwanese companies have begun to reallocate their productions, operations, and investments in India. For instance, companies like Foxconn and some Taiwanese shoes manufacturers have recently initiated their business in India. There are more to come, so we might need more information and government incentive to help Taiwanese reallocate their factory here, mainly in West Bengal and its surrounding area. And second is about the B2B communication. TAITRA has closely collaborated with FICI, the Federation of India Chambers of Commerce and Industry, on our CEO Roundtable initiative. And in the previous year, the CEO Roundtable was focused on the electric vehicle and ICT industry, along with battery manufacturing. And we also signed MOUs pertaining to electronic manufacturing and green technology. And this year, this roundtable will be hosted in Delhi on October 26th, with a spotlight on electronic and smart solution. So we are happy to receive a list of CEO recommended from your side for next year, our roundtable meeting. And TAITRA, as the leading trade promotion entity, TAITRA, we organize over 40 B2B trade shows and 300 trade promotion events annually. So we are committed to assisting India and Indo-Pacific countries, companies in finding high quality, trustworthy partners from Taiwan. But in today's technology-driven world, virtually every product relies on semiconductor chips to function optimally. So Taiwan has extensive experience in high-tech manufacturing. So we are more than happy and willing to share valuable insights and facilitate academic exchanges in this domain. We can collaborate closely under India policies such as Make in India to establish a comprehensive industrial environment. However, progress on the free trade agreement FTA between Taiwan and India has been slower than desired. So we believe that if we can expedite the FTA process, then we can move faster together. And fourth is, we all know the talent is the most important part of doing business. So currently there are over 3,000 Indian students studying in Taiwan, including over 300 Indian students study semiconductor technology in Taiwan top university. Additionally, we have established 27 Taiwan education centers in India. And recently, Taiwan and India, we are going to sign pact next month for immigration of workers. So we are happy to see more people exchange between Taiwan and India. And if you have any this kind of information, can share with us. We are more than happy to receive. And last but not least, this is my I would like to ask for your help. And this is about Indian administrative issues. I applied my PAN card in February when I arrived here in January, but I still not received the PAN card till today, in the end of September. I think this is an example for some administrative issues here. So without this PAN card or related document for foreigner, it's really difficult for us to stay here, and not mention to help to boost the economy between two countries, and not mention to doing business here. So, and that's all the 5 points I would like to address today. And again, thanks for BCC&I hosting this meaningful event, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Singh. I'm sure Shubhadeep has noted the problem with your PAN card.
try to handle that.
I hope I can stay.
And in return to your PAN card thing, you are giving your support to the AIPCC. Which propose. Thank you very much. So the last one, actually, over video, we now have Mrs. Preem, President, Thailand, India Business Council, virtual.
Good afternoon, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the chairperson of Thai India Business Council and Deputy Secretary General of the Board of Trade of Thailand, it is an honor for me to get this opportunity to share with you some milestones and thoughts going forward as India looks east. Back in 2016, when I traveled with the Thai delegation to India, meeting with the private sector of the India business community at a forum called ITJBF, or India-Thailand Joint Business Forum, created a ground voice to both our government what they must do to support the growth of trade and for business of both our country to prosper. Back in the day, our trade was barely $8 billion, and investment from Thailand to India was in the hundreds of millions of dollars only. Why? Because we did not understand each other, not the market, not the people, let alone the complexity of cross-cultural trading. In 2016, we, the private sector, through ITJBF, managed to get the government to hear us, and many things were made easier. We promised each other to double the trade from $8 billion to $16 billion in 2021. Yes, COVID hit and business suffered, but the business started to pick up again, and we closed our year 2022 above our target at $17.7 billion. As India Act is, we have not only the opportunity for both our countries, but for the world. As the world suffers from pandemic and decoupling, trading with India poses even a bigger opportunity. Now, how do we capture this big trend on our radar? For me, friendship brings good relationship, flourishes into trust. That is the foundation of good business. Having a good friendship for more than 75 years is a great start. We have traded, we have traveled, and share our culture together. Let us make sure that this sentiment move on into the 21st century, where our next generation is longing to do more together. Thailand and India have many similarities and differences. The good news is we complement each other. When our next generation put their heads together, we can cross-pollinate our knowledge, collaborate on trade, and grow from strength to strength. Yes, I am very positive with this new phenomena of collaboration. A few potentials that I can see right now for synergies are as follows. Number one, food and food processing, where Thailand has the product, the technology, the global market, and many innovation that is being created, which we can share, including the expertise in transportation, cold chain, to distribute the food nationwide and even globally. Number two, construction and building material sector of the market is where India can collaborate, whether it be knowledge or product. Siam Cement Group, or SCG, one of our biggest and most advanced building material, is on ground in India, investing heavily with the innovative building material to help build quality building in India in a short time. Number three, service sector. This is what we can also collaborate and learn from each other. Service sector is a big sector, which includes all kinds of services. India is good at IT, we can learn from you. Thailand is best on tourism and hospitality, That knowledge too can be shared. Healthcare and Ayurveda, which both our country have been enjoying for the last centuries, we can make this and brought it back as an alternative medicine where both of us can help heal the world. Much can be done, and I sincerely hope that this 10-minute sharing will have your attention.
Okay. So we now complete the round of observations from the chamber or the international trade body representatives. Now, if anybody has any observation further on this concept of AIPCC, please we are welcome to share that. And with this, I will also now, after your observation, transfer back to for any observations from anyone on the Shubhra, go to mic.
I think this is working.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. This idea of forming this Association of Indo-Pacific Chamber of Commerce is really commendable. We have all come to know about the objectives behind forming this association, and the objectives are really great. I would just like to add one objective, if it is acceptable to all the participating countries. That is cross-border placement of professional technicians. If this body, this association can help in doing that, can become a platform in doing that. We have thought about a business amongst the participating countries, but what about the placement of professionals and technicians? Okay, and my another question is, I would like to know about the legal status of this association and the composition of the governing body. If we have already drafted a constitution of this association.
Your observation and question duly noted, Shubhra. In fact, the cross-border placement of the skills to some extent in terms of the development of the skill carry, she spoke and she hinted at that. So that's very important. And on the question, I think I will pass on to Shubhadeep, who in the document to some extent addresses that, but answer can come from Shubhadeep. Ajit, Professor, you were wanting to make an observation. Okay. Any other observation from anybody? Over to you, Shubhadeep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you everyone for putting in a huge effort and sharing your thought process with us. We have taken down notes of whatever you have said, and wherever we have, sort of lacked in terms of preparing this initial draft, we shall, incorporate your points. And I would request you all, if it's possible, please share with us your inputs. I mean, whatever you have prepared already, I mean, you can just share it with us so that we can add a few points. I won't make it, more voluminous. And we can sort of share a revised draft with you to answer your queries and to answer everyone's, for the knowledge of everyone. This is, as our mission statement, proposed mission statement says, that it's a non-political, non-government body providing a platform for chambers of commerce to connect. That's it. And it's completely non-binding in nature. There is, it is envisaged that every chamber which is part of this will not have any kind of, exclusivity attached to this, partnership. It is just that if we have to function as an association, even without registering it as of now, we can do so by creating a form, sort of an executive committee. I mean, this is, I'm just, quoting from the document. I mean, whatever we have, whatever I'm saying is already there in the document. And every participating chamber will nominate 2 persons to that executive committee, preferably the leader of the chamber and, someone, from the secretariat or, anyone else that the leader would like to nominate. And that committee will obviously have a tenure of a year. And, we will again, sort of reconstitute that committee after the year. We have especially not, kept any sort of complications with respect to voting. Anything will be decided by simple majority and preferably by consensus, because we do not want to, sort of get into areas where, I mean, the whole idea is to solve problems, not create more problems for all of us while functioning. But obviously, these kind of issues will come up. I mean, as we progress, we will have to, draw up bylaws and etc. But as of now, we have even, kept it to the extent that it is financially also not binding. Obviously, if, I mean, we would prefer that if we have, joint workshops or, joint programs or joint seminars, if 2 entities are, doing it together. For example, we do a program in, Chittagong, where, in fact, in the next few days' time, we'll be having our, annual health fair in Chittagong. It's us who are, sort of bearing the expenses, and sort of, we have got, certain partners who are helping us in Chittagong. But again, as I said, that it's completely, we can sort of find out, our rules, make our rules as we go. This document has got the points of association and, sort of the principles of operation, including the financial, sort of principles that might be governing us. Absolutely, sir. So this is where we stand now. I will just request the president to sort of make his comments.
So first and foremost, thank you to all of you who participated in giving your opinions on this very important document. I think your suggestions are very well placed and definitely will be taken up. Now, I have a few suggestions myself, hearing all of you. The first one is, I would suggest that we don't get too much bogged down with the creation of laws and bylaws to start with, because that is not the purpose of this organization or this body. The purpose is to facilitate, and therefore, in order to, the proof of the pudding is really in the eating at the end of the day. So in order to make this association, if I may call it at this stage, meaningful for everybody, I would suggest we pick on 4 or 5 very important and crucial matters, which are perhaps common to all the regions that we are talking about. And then we form task forces, drawn from individual countries or associations. And then, proceed with finding solutions, trying to find solutions to those crucial issues. I think that can give the impetus to this body to get started. And as it gets started, then other things can evolve with time. So that, we, instead of, if we leave it at this point where we are ending today, it will be very open-ended without any specific point of action. So that is why I'm suggesting that if we can, in the coming weeks, consult everyone and pick up 4 or 5 very crucial issues, which are, plaguing everybody, or where everybody wants to find a solution, and get started on those with formation of small task forces with some periodic, feedback or conferences which can be done online without any expenditure, so that the movement can get started, and gradually I'm sure it will pick up speed in course of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one query from my end. Before we break today, and we have a press conference in about an hour's time, 45 minutes and time. Before that, it's very focused workshop for all of us on trade creation issues, and we have got experts from RIS and also from ICID, Government of India. But if we can create a small, statement that can go out to the media, we can, sort of based on whatever we have discussed, we can come back to you, we can state that with all of you, we can, share it with the media. And as the president suggested, I mean, what we can do from our end is that we will share, this document, we will revise it suitably. We will share it with you all so that you guys can go back to your office and, consult with your colleagues and, let us know. And we will take it as firm and final at that point of time. And we will also try and create, those, 4-5 sectors. We will give some suggestions, but please do, let us know, and let us try and, have, sort of set a date for a next meeting. I think that's with an agenda, so that we have, sort of smaller, hills to climb, and, sort of we set ourselves smaller sort of goals to achieve. I think probably, that will be a good way to, begin. So what we'll do is, I mean, we are ready for the next session. In the meantime, my colleagues and I, we shall prepare a very short draft. I mean, a few lines, maybe, kind of a statement, and we shall come back to you individually and just ask you if it's all right with you, so that we can announce it to the media when we are having the media interaction in about an hour's time. Thank you. We shall immediately, sort of go for the, workshop on, trade creation, and we will rearrange this this table, this part of the table. For the next session on trade creation and market access dialogue, I would request Mr. Tarun Sharma, Deputy Managing Director, Exim Bank India, Dr. Probir De, Professor RIS, Mr. Pranav Kumar, Vice President, International Trade Policy and Compliance, Reliance Industries Limited, and Dr. Shiladitya Chattopadhyay, former member, Indian Administrative Service and Asian Development Bank and Center for Sustainable Development, Government of Assam. So please take seats in the dais. Thank you. Sir, আপনি মাঝখানে বলুন, তাহলে হবে না।
I would request the audience to please settle down. This is the last session of the day, and we have got renowned experts on this particular subject. And they are indeed subject matter experts. So it's a half an hour to 40-minute session. Dr. Nagesh Kumar from myself virtually also joining us. So once you settle down quickly, we can just start the proceedings of the program. And I would request moderator of the session, Dr. Shivaji, to take it forward as per his liking. Yeah. I will request my colleagues to help people get seated. Yes, we can start the session. Once again, request the audiences to kindly be seated at the respective positions so that the session can be started. Hello. I seek help from my colleagues to get the audiences seated so that we can start the session. Shiranito sir, you can start.
Okay, I think we can start now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is, as you can see, the second session in the afternoon. And I must thank all those who have still lingered on in this session. It is, I suppose, due to the galaxy of panelists that we have here, who are actually great experts in the field of trade, and also the very great interest in this topic of trade creation. In fact, when we were designing this conclave, yeah. And create important potential will exist. It is far below the trade between the countries that have started and so far below potential. These trade so we have to do something about that's why we I'll be your operator. Let me quickly introduce Andrew. First speaker is Dr. He is the director and chief executive currently the development. Prior to this, we have adequate position to expand. Earlier was the direct global development of the sector. There between financial services working to earlier let's start from the There's a Bachelor of Engineering from Pune, managing degree from IIM. Dr. Yogi, Professor Research Center for Developing Countries, and also visiting fellow of the National Maritime Foundation. He is the founding head of the ASEAN Innovation Center. He is a PhD example and was a meeting fellow of several international organizations. He also my right is Kumar, who is the vice president and client of the time. Prior to working in RIL, he was head of space policy in CI. He has worked extensively with government in India, industry members, and was also advisor on space policy of international organizations such as he holds an MPhil in commerce from IIM. We are getting a lot of time that we do it, but our research will be for about 7 minutes. And then from the issues that they have kind of highlighted, we will look at more discussion and then open it up to the floor. So begin there.
Thank you, Shilo. I am
Nagesh, I'll request you to. Nagesh, I'll ask you speak also on infrastructure and connectivity agency. Maybe that would be one of the same things.
So, can I begin now? Can I begin now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Shilo. I'm very happy to join all of you, even though virtually. I'm sorry I can't be physically with all of you because some of my very old friends, including yourself, Shilo, and Pranav and Prabir. So I would have very much liked to reconnect with all my old friends. So this theme of trade creation and regional, integration is very interesting, and obviously, deep interest I have in some of these issues, having worked on them in my time at RIS and then in UNESCAP. I think the context of today makes this theme even more critical because the world is passing through what is sometimes described as retreat of globalization or slowbalization, as economists calls it, where we know that world trade was growing at the rate of say 15 to 20% on average in the early years of this century, from 2003 to 2009, which I call it as a dream run of global economy and globalization, or hyper globalization, if you like. But then after global financial crisis, trade has never recovered from it, actually. And then of late, the geopolitical factors and pandemic have done what can be seen as the last proverbial last straw, and the growth rate of world trade. If we get anything positive, we should feel lucky. So 0 to 2% is kind of average of these days, and that means a lot of loss of economic opportunities and economic growth. India might be losing, in my estimate, at least 1 percentage point of economic growth because of retreat of globalization. So, so this is something which is not very, encouraging. And so the global context certainly warrants a focus of attention on trade creation. How can we create new trade opportunities? And also the other thing which is going around alongside the slow growth of world trade is the rebuilding by global corporations of their value chains, and which are also, disrupted by the geopolitical tensions, and then there are issues of geopolitics surfacing even in this restructuring of supply chains. Friendshoring is often mentioned, but there are other trends on the horizon. This rise of artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0, which is also leading to some kind of reshoring back or onshoring of global production networks. So many such disruptive trends around us, and affecting world trade, and that requiring a response from countries like and the Asia region, needing to do something to reset the their integration with the global economy. And in that context, I think regional trade promotion or creation or exploitation, full exploitation of regional trade appears to be a very important option, especially because many studies we have been involved in the past in the UNSCAP and also in RIS. Prabir will tell you more. That the potential of intra-regional trade has never been exploited, and between 30 to 60% of trade potential remains to be exploited in South Asia, in broader Asia, and everywhere else, because of the problems or challenges that the connectivity, transport connectivity, and trade facilitation face in this region. So even though we are sitting in a huge connected land mass geographically, but in terms of transport connectivity and trade facilitation at the borders, we have a long way to go. Although many steps are being taken, in India, for instance, we are seeing a lot of investment going into infrastructure for strengthening, transport links within the country and making it a single market. Dedicated freight corridors are coming up or across the length and breadth of the country, then national highways and all that. And there are many initiatives cross-border, like India, Myanmar, Thailand highway, Kaladan multimodal project, BBIN, SASEC transport lanes, BRICS connectivity master plan, and all of these initiatives. Some of them are moving faster than the others, and but what is most important is that they should not be working at the cross purposes, and a coordinated approach is needed so that we get the maximum mileage out of them. But very importantly, a new initiative at this G20 summit, which concluded only a week and a half ago, was taken, which is India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, and signed at the occasion of the G20. I think it has put on the table something very breathtaking and very, very important, which could be a game changer if we are able to exploit it. So for a long time, India tried to strengthen the transport connectivity for trade with the other initiatives like INSTC, in International North-South Transport Corridor, and then ESCAP had this ITI-DKD kind of corridor. None of these, really became successful or exploited their potential because of geopolitics. But now on the table is something which appears to be having, full support of major players in this region. And so IMAC, India, Middle East, Europe corridor could take off. And while it is very important that it connects India with its major trade partners on the Western side, which is Middle East and Europe, which are large among the largest trading partners of India, which is a good thing that we are getting more efficient means of reaching these markets in our major trade partners, and which could be, according to estimates, reducing the transit time and cost by up to 40%. And so that much of gain on competitiveness side. But I see it in the larger context of Asia-Europe connectivity, larger play, and India sitting at the middle of that. So whenever I look at India's map or the global map, and India appears to me to be at the crossroads of Asia and Europe. And with the domestic corridors that are coming up, the dedicated freight corridor and others, national highways, etc., you have the opportunity to connect on the, between the initiatives on the eastern side of India, which are like IMT or BBIN or BIMSTEC, master plans or corridors, and IMAC on the western side. So India is sitting at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, which could be, I think, if we are able to provide a good framework of trade facilitation and transport facilitation and connect the two vast regions on our sides, or western and eastern, we could be not only promoting our own trade, but also supporting and facilitating broader Asia, Europe, and Asia, Middle East trade. I think this is a very real opportunity India is sitting at. And in the coming years, so we should be really pushing both sides of these initiatives to exploit their full potential in trade creation, because in the context of globalization, this is very, very critical step to build these corridors, which will help in creating more trade and help in expediting and accelerating our economic growth. I'll stop here. Thank you, Shilo.
Thank you, Lord Nagesh. We had two things very specifically on the problem and feel that come back to that later on. Now I Arun. And I believe so. And a little bit about thank you very much and a very good afternoon.
members and for the distinguished participants. During Dr. Navid Kumar, my company back, he is now a story of 3 decades ago. Things are much better. Dr. Navish Kumar introduces something. Good things that are happening in India from infrastructure and other areas. It's great. But what really happens is how do you now go further? You know, there's an aspiration target by government in terms of merchandise and services experience. And you know, there's a whole discussion about global demands to how we export. The issue really is that you focus primarily on traditional markets. Dr. Nagesh Kumar covered you know, a part of going to markets in other places. And that's something that I wanted to touch upon. If we really need to grow that number and go to the aspiration target, we need to explore untapped. And later, last year, something that we spoke about last year. So that's a program where we are existing relationship across government, the operations of countries. How do we live in that? And banks, if their exporters to attack. In the fight, done about 225 transactions, but it is small, you know, small partnership house, but it is exposure to this family. Now, that's what we need to do. It's a very small drop in the bucket quota, but if we keep moving at it and I think collectively, it's you know, have to we can see that if we can contribute to incremental exports, we can in certain places contribute to revival of exports. There are a number of exporters who've still not been able to come back, break the shackles of the pandemic. So they've actually, their export numbers are far lower than what they were. So that's a little story around the trade and how we look at exploring that. The second is, you know, if you look at China is slowing down now very significantly. But what's also happening is our trade deficit is growing. See, how is that happening? You are dependent on imports from certain geographies as to there have been attempts in I think goods which means that in some forms India is but really we need to go much. And third area is through the product idea. Look at our great market or petroleum products. But we need to look at focusing. And there's a little bit and if you look at the export basket, it's a gradual shift from what it was to be into more products that we want to require. But again, in terms of you know, the whole thought about looking to create infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific area and something trying to sort of balance now, in addition to physical infrastructure, a lot of us are working on we should after the Myanmar, go right up to better physical connectivity. Because physical connectivity again will become very, very good. And I was looking at a study by ADB and SCAN, and Dr. Nadik Kumar might correct me out of this. But it says that on an average, rate cost reduction happens to 15% in case of full digital trade facilities. That's a huge number. Imagine the amount that we are losing because we are not able to use it to advantage. Now, some advantages that happen in some payment gateways, India's looks to cooperate with Singapore, but we have been straight. Now, when we talk about AI, there are very significant benefits. And I talk about a very small thing that happens in India. AI is being used by the security forces and then going to be identify whether it is a maximum set of things with a set of keys. So that the security people don't have to look at that. Now, in predictive analysis, machine learning, AI can also help in warehousing, in going to KYC. And this last month, launch is completely on track. Again, something to balance out with how we can look at open. We are using complete digital platform right from the start. Time is gone. Discounting the receivable and finally closing the problem. Entirely, that's each product okay, there's so much talk and I won't talk about it too much, but things that I come up with. It is for companies to innovate, and it's one of the innovators that development platform. There are a number of other initiatives also, but I won't but I won't get into that for the time about like time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The previous beginning of the session, there was I think Director General BCC&I. He said that trade creation and trade diversion. If we look at a larger, the region, I won't say the bloc, it's yet to be trade bloc, Indo-Pacific. How we look at it, if I may, on the trade creation or trade diversion, particularly from the point of view of India. India is very much a participating country in Indo-Pacific. It's not yet a member because Indo-Pacific, as you know, is an US strategy. And if you look at it in India, they don't like the word strategy. We call it initiative, Indian initiative. Strategy is a kind of a very sensitive word. And on Indo-Pacific, still heavily contested about the definition, about the partnerships. And today it is kind of a lose-lose type of course, in time to come, it will eventually elevate to an, some better concrete block. But let's see, how, if I may speak to be a little nationalist from the point of view of India, is that Indo-Pacific, how is going to help, particularly the launch of this chambers network in Indo-Pacific by BCC&I. When it comes to Indo-Pacific, what is the central position?
ASEAN so what ASEAN have to that ASEAN is actually
They take a position. Larger methods. I sometimes feel people want to take that. Now, here, I right today. Central.
But we are missing something, without making it very complex. China is also an Indo-Pacific economy. It's not a part of IPEF. So, and China's foreign office hasn't rejected that I'm not an Indo-Pacific. They have been issues with Indo-Pacific initiative because they look at and from their own Belt and Road initiative. So we need to look at China not as an exclusive, that won't be a serve our purpose. If I go by Prime Minister Modi's Shangri-La Dialogue 2018 opening speech, he said the word Indo-Pacific, an initiative which is inclusive. So I stop there, I don't want to complicate, but what's the India's interest? If 60% is with Indo-Pacific countries, so many investors, technology destinations, we have many trade barriers, and if you look at the Chamber's role, that's what the chair, Dr. Chatterjee, said to me, look at a non-tariff trade barriers, non-tariff trade issues in the Pacific. First of all, India is not part of RCEP. We are not part of CPTPP. They are, the projects already implemented. It's not a project coming up. India is very much in the part of ASEAN. Many things, many regional organizations we are part, which is not the trade bloc. That's why India has added an interest in the IPEF. Now, many things, trade-related issues that you cannot deal with WTO. It's a multilateral bloc. You have global issues, you can bring it, but WTO is non-functional. I don't want to go and discuss some things, you miss in regional bloc, like with ASEAN or SAARC or here. You can't drag it, giving that an example when you have an issue with the Vietnam, for example, in the steel, or with Thailand with rubber tires, etc., etc. So we need this Indo-Pacific, very much to serve India's interest. But which way it will, our leaders will drive it. The time will tell us. But if I look at non-tariff barriers, trade barriers issues, that India has done impressive. I don't want to please anyone in the government. India has done really an impressive progress in terms of trade facilitation. And many examples, industry bodies here, industry, private sector, like many of you can agree with me, in terms of customs cooperation, in terms of paperless trade, in terms of digitalization, in terms of interoperability of customs, trade finance, for example. There are many best practices that India offers. So India offering in terms of customs cooperation, like a SWIFT, if I may, that is not matched by my trade partners in the Indo-Pacific countries. So my exports or even my imports getting hampered, getting additional costs. So that's why, we talk about the trade cost examples. Now comes to some of my, I conclude I have 2-3 minutes time, some way forward kind of thing. If you closely follow what's happening globally, Americans are super active in terms of setting the global rules and norms in international trade. They have changed North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, to an US MCA. US stands for United States, M for Mexico, C for Canada, an agreement. US MCA, look at their clauses. It talks about that they would like to give a template for the global trade, and that's why the IPEF, a very close relation. The lawyers, the gentleman, the Dato who came from Malaysia, he will bear me out if I say anything which is, not in sync. Now, interests that India can play. There would be differences. America's blue dot network, India has an issue, to be very frank. How many times our external affairs minister meet with, American foreign minister? That won't change. So if I may give some recommendations to Mr. Chair and the organizer, particularly the industry association and the new network that may take about for their way forward, it's kind of a work, that there are many spaces to cooperate in terms of physical connectivity that Nagesh Kumar, Dr. Kumar was telling about it. And very much I think there are spaces, there are opportunities. So to start with, I have a list and I don't want to give anything. G20 sideline, we have an IMC. Similar kind of projects, there are 20 in numbers hanging around the region for last 30 years. All are work in progress, so we have to be careful in terms of launching economic corridors. We have to complete those. And I think there are opportunities for looking at Kolkata, eastern and northeastern India to come to set up more trade corridors, make them functional, give it an example that we have done it and it's possible, this is number one. Number two, which is doable, looking at this network, that India has a big issue with the non-tariff measures. This is a single word, but it has many, many complex things it picks up. So it's possible to come out with a network. That's all, the persons who are here in the morning now, to come out with an Indo-Pacific standards body, the standard settings body like BIS, or many others that we have. They should speak to other members. Then only we will be able to make, kind of a convergence. Today we don't have. So that's what we very much require. The Bangladesh Deputy High Commissioner was telling us that anti-dumping duty. Anti-dumping duty is the duty that's making your price parity. It doesn't stop your import actually. But a small kind of thing, all across the border. It's not encouraged. But when you talk about the infant industry, somebody or somewhere, they go to DGTR or somewhere they put a complaint that I am losing something in my price and I'm losing out. I have set up a factory. I can't make it a business. Small, tiny SMEs. So please help. So government comes and give it a rescue. But Bangladesh is also, has done many port restrictions. If you would like to export from Tripura, Agartala to rest of the, no, only few items. I don't want to go and embarrass our honorable dignitaries from Bangladesh. So these are things that are very much there. They will be continuing because the geography is very special, You can't make a single rule for everybody, but there has to be a very honest approach. So this could be one, the standard setting body could be a doable project. And then, I come to the part on the digital part, what the DMD, Exim Bank, Mr. Sharma said, that if you look at the G20 trade and investment ministers declare outcome document, which is called popularly the Jaipur document, there are very clear directions that leaders are giving us. So we may, cultivate that, we may spread it, on the G20 Jaipur document it talks about, because it has concluded an outcome made in Jaipur that fed into G20 summit. 4 things, again, the customs cooperation, paperless trade, which is UNSCAP, has an agreement pending India to sign, many others, digitalization, interoperability, etc., etc. So those are, possible to doing a digital cooperation from the international trade point of view, and very much this is the non-tariff trade barriers, and this will help actually many countries coming together and doing business. Last but not the least is, energy cooperation. In G20 sideline, there was another project launch, Global Biofuel Alliance. India has already International Solar Alliance operating from Delhi. Many other participating countries, they have their own, own initiatives. So I think in the energy areas, particular renewable energy, solar energy is a part of renewable as well. Many things, because this is a common challenge, and in view of our climate agreement commitments, net 50 or net 70, I think every member countries, participating countries of Indo-Pacific, this is, the kind of a mandate they have to fulfill before, for the commitment in the Paris climate deal. So these are my 4, recommendations for the discussion to conclude, Mr. Chair, that today's discussion is
Hello.
very noble initiative. I don't see very much happening in Delhi, this kind of. I congratulate all the participants coming here and meeting and doing the great things. And this is the starting from, this is what Dato said, the 260 years old building, and we are creating a new initiative from here. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Praveen. You've raised a number of issues which maybe later on we can further discuss. Then Pranab. And can you focus on the sustainability aspect? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear?
Yeah, that is fine. So first of all, I would like to thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce for inviting me and of course giving opportunity to share my own perspective as well as the perspective from my own group on this very important subject, the Indo-Pacific related issues. And I must say that this is the most opportune time this discussion is happening, when the Indo-Pacific economic framework for prosperity negotiation is almost coming to an end. It's another few weeks of time in November. We'll see the closure of the negotiation, and then we'll move forward towards ratification and implementation and all. So since I am very much closely involved with that process, I am keenly following and working closely with our negotiator in Department of Commerce. So the missing link was, of course, the greater participation of private sector. I am sure that the kind of discussion we have witnessed this morning, today, that will help Government of India to get more informed inputs from the industry. So that's really very, in fact, I go back to Delhi, I'll just give that feedback to our negotiator in Department of Commerce that this is what's happening in Kolkata, and he must get in touch with Bengal Chamber of Commerce to get more feedback on this process. So as you are aware that out of 4 pillars, 1 pillar has already been negotiated, that is supply chain pillar. And new energy pillar, of course, that is extremely important, that is clean energy part. And fair economy, India is not a part of trade pillar. That since morning we have discussed, that has been, so I would not like to elaborate much on that. But more importantly, as Tarun has mentioned, that as India we have set an aspirational target of $1 trillion of merchandise export, $1 trillion of service export by 2030. And over and above, recently our Prime Minister mentioned that within the next 5 years, we would like to become the 3rd largest economy of the world. And by 2047, we want to become a developed nation. So all these are very ambitious targets, and how to achieve that. So in that context, I would say that the Indo-Pacific development, which has unfolded in the last few years, that is very timely, I would say. Because if you see the India's trade growth, particularly in last decade, it was almost flat. 1 to 2% rate of growth we have witnessed between 2013 and 2020. And after that, of course, there is a big jump. In 21-22, there is a 40% growth. Last year, of course, 6%. So the challenge for us that, of course, we have crossed the historical milestone of $400 billion of merchandise export, almost touching the 350 billion of service exports. How to sustain that? You can achieve one-time growth very high that we did in 21-22, but after that from 40% it came down to 6%, and this year again we are facing a lot of challenges at least sustaining that growth. So that is extremely critical. So if we have to sustain that growth, then our economic relation, business link with the Indo-Pacific nation is very important, very critical. Because already we have a very strong trade and investment relation with the European Union. USA happens to be our major export destination. But this part, of course, we have been trying to set our foot. We are trying to deepen our linkages since early 90s when we started Low-Cost policy, then now it is ACTES. We very extensively negotiated RCEP. Finally, we had to withdraw from that. And of course, after COVID pandemic, the situation has changed. We also changed our own strategy in terms of trying to figure out how we can turn crisis into opportunity, and we did that. That is why we are today one of the fastest growing economies, and we have recovered very fast, unlike other countries of the world post-COVID. So keeping all that in mind, so what is happening in Indo-Pacific is very important. But of course, being a part of this grouping is one, but how to leverage that is a job of the private sector. So that is we have to keep in mind. So, Chairman, you mentioned about sustainability issues, and Kabir also and Dr. Nagesh Kumar also mentioned about the connectivity. Of course, that is extremely important. And when we talk about this Indo-Pacific region, because we discussed about very passionately, we discussed about the history behind Indo-Pacific, the geographical spread, that is a hugely challenging area, because the spread of Indo-Pacific starts from New Zealand to USA, so it cuts across 3 continents. So of course it's a maritime challenge, and so on the connectivity front there is a huge challenge. How to address that? Of course we are trying to address that, but as a group. And here I would like to bring all the discussion which has happened in the G20 also, because particularly in the finance track part, and you all must be aware that India has taken a lead to reform the multilateral development banks. And we know that multilateral development banks like World Bank or Asian Development and all, they have a mandate to fund the infrastructure. And when we talk about connectivity, it's largely infrastructure financing. So if through G20, if we make a progress on reforming the multilateral development banks, we are successful in recapitalizing the multilateral development banks, then we will have more funds available for the investment in connectivity. And because it's a maritime connectivity, land connectivity, air connectivity, and now the fourth one, digital connectivity. So that requires a huge investment. So of course, private sector also has to play a role, and private sector has been playing. But of course, multilateral agencies, because it's a cross border, so multilateral agencies also have to come to the rescue. Second, of course, Prabir also mentioned about energy. So I just try to club the two, energy and sustainability. And because this is important to many countries, and of course, we have set our own target of achieving the net zero by 2070. And for instance, the other countries who have set by 2050, even my own group, Reliance, we have set to achieve the net zero target by 2035. So we have set a very ambitious target. So to meet that ambitious target, of course, we have to transit to the new energy space, whether it's solar, wind, hydrogen, electrical vehicles and all. So all these are extremely important, and one of the major factors this morning, of course, Mr. Nandavani spoke about the cooperation between India and Australia on critical minerals, because that is important. Whether you talk about solar energy, whether you talk about wind energy, EVs for batteries for EVs or hydrogen and all. So critical minerals is very important. So under energy pillar, in this Indo-Pacific Economic Forum, we are discussing about how we can cooperate on the seamless supply of the critical minerals. In fact, within the energy pillar also, there are proposals to form an alliance on hydrogen. There are proposals to form how we can form an alliance on recycled carbon fuel. That is a Japanese proposal. Because during the refining process and also the carbon which you emit, that can be recaptured and again reprocessed again. So all those ideas, all those proposals are being discussed as a part of new clean energy pillar of Indo-Pacific Economic Forum, and we are part of that, we are discussing that. Related to that, one extremely important aspect also, which again not happening in IPEF, but of course outside the IPEF, that is on the plastic, how to curb the plastic pollution. And that is again how, because it's not only curbing the plastic pollution, but how we can reduce the plastic pollution in the context of the marine pollution, because every year tons of plastics are dumped into the ocean. So that is again important area for us to address under Indo-Pacific, because it's a maritime. And the discussion, negotiations have already started under UNEP, that's UN sponsored. Within the G20 also, we have endorsed that proposal of United Nations. So the third intergovernmental negotiating committee is going to meet in Kenya in November to kick start the discussion on the plastic pollution. The zero draft has already been issued. So there again, and why I'm saying the plastic, because plastic is very important for manufacturing also. And we are on the course to revive our manufacturing. Because whether it's electronics, whether it is automobile, medical equipment, everywhere you see the use of plastics. Because with plastic you are able to lightweight the products. So any stringent provisions on this plastic treaty that may backfire on our revival of the manufacturing. Because so that's why we are all for recycling of plastic. So we are talking about circular plastic economy. In fact, at Reliance we have been able to recycle a lot of our, because we are at the top of the plastic value chain, because we are the supplier of feedstock for plastic manufacturers. So we are investing a lot in terms of how we can try to develop a circular plastic economy. So that is another area where we can discuss under IPF about the circular plastic economy. We can try to have more cooperation. My last point on the value chain, global value chain. And now I come back to the aspirational target we have set of $1 trillion of goods, $1 trillion of services and all. Because what is important that, of course, still, though we have crossed the 400 billion, but what we are exporting is largely labor-intensive products and the petroleum, which has been the major contributor over the last few years, 1 decade or so. And if you look at the last year export figure also, we could manage a 6% growth largely because of petroleum and a little bit from the electronics. Rest all sectors either stagnant or negative growth rate. So if we have to sustain a very high export growth, so we have to be part of global value chain. We have to graduate from the labor intensive to more high valued and more tech intensive products. Of course, this is happening because we have now become one of the largest exporter of mobile phone. We have revived electronics industry. We are exporting also. But of course, we have a long way to go. Automobile, for instance, we have to see how we can export more passenger cars. India is a large market. We are producing all the major producers, but we are not a major exporter of passenger cars. Similarly, in the auto component also, how we can become the global supplier. Because if as an auto component manufacturer, we are supplying parts for the Honda for Indian manufacturing, how we can supply parts for the Honda which manufacture in Japan, Korea, or Europe. So for auto component sector also, it is important how we can become the global supplier of the lead firm. So we have to see how we get integrated in GVCs, what are the issues we have to address, whether it's a trade policy, whether it's a standard, whether ease of doing business, trade facilitation, IPR issues, all those are very important we have to address. And of course, the process started, so let's see, we will have more positive results in coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pranav. So I think we got a large number of very, very interesting ideas on a large number of different aspects of trade. It's too hard for me to go into all of these. But in order to generate some kind of discussion from these experts, I was noting down a couple of points. I thought I was speaking on the mic, but it is okay. Is it now? Am I audible? Okay. So I'll raise a couple of issues, and maybe I'll ask panelists, in no order, but whoever can come in to talk about it. Now, you mentioned about our aspiration to achieve a 3 trillion economy, 5 trillion economy,
2 trillion
and to be the third largest economy in the world, and so on and so forth. But while it is largest in terms of overall GDP, it is amongst the poorest in terms of per capita income. That reality has to strike us, and that's very important. We keep talking about third place in the world, but we are 144th place in per capita GDP. Now, how can trade help in inclusion? This is something we don't really talk much about, okay? Trade has to play a big role in inclusion, which means, and some of you have already dealt with the subject, you have, for example, dealt with the SMEs, right? How can we expand the growth of MSMEs in a bigger way? This is a thought to take, if you can react to it, it will be very nice. We have a lot of handicrafts being produced. For example, Assam, the state where I worked in, handicrafts, handlooms, the maximum amount, about 80% of handlooms in the country is produced in Assam. And I was speaking to the trade representative from Korea today, and he was going to Assam. I said, look at imports of handlooms from Assam. So inclusivity, you trying to promote, the products of the poorer segments of people, maybe something that we should also think about. Now, sustainability, I think you mentioned, you spoke a lot about sustainability, but is there really awareness about sustainability? Unless we have awareness about the importance of sustainability. Now, come back to this topic, SDGs. India is not doing well at all on the sustainable development goals. All right, again, while we are going into third place in the world in terms of overall GDP, our actual sort of progress towards the SDGs is quite miserable. So that requires awareness. Actually, are we aware? Now, we are, for example, importing a huge amount for the pujas, coming pujas, we are importing a huge amount of marine products, fish. But do you know that in Bengal, we have already depleted our stocks of hilsa, overfishing. This is going on. So this awareness of sustainability has to be there, and this has to really genuinely come into focus in our dialogue and discussions when we talk of imports and exports and trade. Maybe you can talk about that. Now, connectivity. This is very important. And you mentioned about ADB and World Bank and all that providing resources. But problem is, infrastructure is good, and we are doing a lot of domestic infrastructure, but as soon as we talk about cross-country infrastructure, the risks of that is far more. And therefore, countries would be far less interested in going in for cross-country infrastructure. Now, Nagesh spoke about this very ambitious Indo-Arab European corridor, or whatever. Now, is that feasible? There's tremendous amount of connectivity issues associated with that. You'll have to set up railway lines across, much of Middle East and so on and so forth. The huge amount of expenditure involved. Where are you going to get the finance from? So this is something which you may try to reflect on. The final kind of point, we don't have too much time. Maybe some of you might want to talk about is, what is the role of chambers of commerce? This is the theme, as a matter of fact, the whole day. How can the chambers of commerce, help overall in this process, particularly BCCI? I think I'll leave you with these thoughts, and with the remaining time, maybe you can. Who would like to go first? Nagesh, are you there with us? Maybe he's not. So okay. Rohit, or yeah. Tarun, why don't you start?
I'll just maybe pick up on a couple of those thoughts. One is on the sustainability part, so if you look at plastics or recyclability, in India it's largely in the informal sector. Of course, there are certain very large companies that are doing social good, but otherwise largely informal sector. So what we are looking to support is, how do you catch innovation at the grassroots level? So there's this small company that we've now supported through a structured mix of debt, equity and technical assistance. It's called Banyan Nation. What they do is they collect plastic waste from across the nation, and they do it through an app-based tool. So they'll go to, let's say, Hubli, or they'll go to Banaras, and they'll pick up that waste, and they've got a patented technology to process the waste in such a way that they create near virgin quality plastic, which is then being used by the likes of Procter and Gamble and Unilever to in their cosmetic range or shampoo bottles. Now, typically these MNCs say that I will not use anything but virgin quality because it changes the chemical composition of my product. But this near virgin quality plastic pellet is now being used. That's a huge win. If we are able to help this company scale up, and we've started the support for them, I think over the next 3 years we can make a radical difference. Because so far what is happening is, let's say till about 5 years ago, we were helping companies make t-shirts out of plastic bottles or PET bottles and several other products. But now being used again in the same industry is a huge game changer. That's one thought I wanted to leave with you all.
Yeah.
The second is in terms of how do we help inclusivity in our growth formulation, and the point that Dr. Chatterjee mentioned is very, very true in terms of GDP per capita still being a concern for us. Now, the jury is out there in terms of the number of percentage of MSMEs that contribute to exports, about 48 to 50%. It's a huge number. Again, largely a lot of them are in the informal sector. They're not getting enough, for the hard work that they do. So we've started a program where we identify such MSMEs that are not able to scale up, grow, they've stagnated, or they have a differentiated technology, product or process. Now, I'll tell you this very small company. Yeah, okay. So I'll be very quick here. There's this very small company that got an order from the Indian Army after 7 rounds of validation. But they did not have any ability to get a funded or a non-funded facility from a bank or an NBFC or an investor. And they were about to lose the order. We provided them that facility. They executed the 130 crore order. Today, they've come out, 3 years hence, they come out with an IPO which was 108 times oversubscribed. They don't need us anymore. So that's the value that we need to come collectively and try and contribute to the better good of MSMEs and make it more inclusive. I'll pause here. I think time is very short. Thank you.
Okay. Can we?
I have nothing. Pardon.
And just quickly on inclusivity, basically in the G20 discussion, so we have used inclusivity in all aspect, but one important is the inclusivity in GVCs, and where we talk about MSMEs particularly, because MSMEs by and large they are the producer of intermediate products. So if we are able to connect those MSMEs companies to the large lead firm maybe producing in India, maybe in Germany, maybe in Tokyo, wherever. So that would help our MSMEs to get a high price for their products. But this is easier said than done, because lead firm will come with their own prescription, what kind of standards they want, what kind of quality they want. So they also, so that government and of course the chambers also can help MSMEs to comply with. Second, on the sustainability agenda is expanding. It's not only about environmental compliance. Whole lot of social issues are also being brought under the canvas of sustainability. Whether it's a labor standard, whether human rights, whether gender, all those. And we are negotiating the free trade agreement with the European Union, and we are just facing all those issues. So that industry has to keep in mind. Secondly, you are also aware about the many legislations EU has brought in. Of course, CBAM you are aware, that is purely environmental compliance. But there is another corporate sustainability due diligence, where you have to ensure that your supply chain is sustainable, which talks about labor rights, which talks about gender, which talks about human rights and all. And financing infrastructure, I mentioned about the MDB, but of course under finance tract of G20, a lot of discussion has happened. Because India has been a champion of infra financing since the days of our previous government when Monte Singh Ahluwalia was the G20 Sherpa. Thank you.
All right. Okay, just 30 seconds.
Okay, so Dr. Chatterjee mentioned about handlooms in Assam. I was, thinking of making this small point that we help companies in, entering new markets. So we help this small bamboo producer get orders from the Commonwealth Council. And as soon as it reached there, it was airlifted, it reached there, and they opened the product, it had fungus on it. And we were, very surprised what went wrong. So we brought in an expert. They said what's happening is the self-help group is not drying the bamboo properly, so there's a moisture in it. Now these small interventions sometimes go a long way, and I just wanted to share that story. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, we don't have too much time, so we'll have to end here. I can't, unless you can do it in 2 seconds. Okay, whatever question you have. Yeah.
No, it will take 10 seconds. And this is because Mr. Sharma is here, and I thought I would sort of put an input. One of our strengths in India is engineering goods, right? But engineering and infrastructure, but our exports are pretty low. While we are quality-wise and price-wise, we are very competitive. And since I work in that area, and one of the things which I do is also financing, financial closures for projects. So, and to be honest, I have not done in Vietnam any financial closure with Indian Exim. However, I've done with European Exims and Koreans and Japanese for 2 reasons, and that's what I want to tell you.
Can you finish your question, please?
So one is your coupon rates are not competitive, and secondly, most importantly is the process. It takes too much of a long time, and if we can crack that, then our engineering exports will really grow leaps and bounds.
So we've got a regional head and our credit vertical head sitting right here. I'll make that introduction for you.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings this to a close. After this, there is the press conference. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just before the press conference, we have a pleasant task to perform. I would like to hand over tokens of our appreciation to the esteemed panelists. So, Shirajitya sir, if you can please do the honors. I would request my colleagues to please help. First two, I am not going by the sequence, the names are engraved, so yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Pranav Kumar first. I know steam has gone out end of day, but then we can clap. Arun Sharma, Deputy Managing Director, Exim Bank. Thank you so much, sir. Kumar, Vice President, International Trade Policy and Compliance Reliance Industries Limited. Both of them have joined us from Mumbai, they traveled. And Dr. Kelly here, who is the Professor of RIS. Dr. B has traveled from Mumbai. In fact, Dr. Shivaditya Chatterjee, sir, if I can request you to kindly hand over to sir. Yeah, virtually, sir, we so
Please send him something by courier. Yeah. Thank you. In fact, Dr. Shirajitya Chattopadhyay, Dr. Probir De, Professor Dr. Ajitava Roy Chaudhary, they are the main pillars of the Economic Affairs Committee, which has driven this program that you see today. So, can we have a good round of applause for them also? Thank you so much. I request friends from the media to kindly gather for the press conference. Our leadership team will be joining in a minute. Yeah, we also have tea, coffee outside. So if you want to refresh yourself, please go ahead and do that. Thank you. And thank you all of you for joining us. We hope to see you back tomorrow as well. Thank you.